Painkiller episode. Fuck. I'm going to start over.
No. Keep going.
Painkiller already. Episode 523 with our guest Slush. Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by ExpressVPN and Postmates. Slush, thank you so much for coming on. You would think this was episode, 2?
A couple hundred more tries and I'll get this.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you're a D-grade internet celebrity, man. You need 100 takes to take everything.
Yeah. Oh, I know that for sure. I was grade Z at my peak, like grade Z. But so I went over to your Twitch channel, and you're one of these guys who's streaming 10, 11, 12 hours a day, all Tarkov and all Rust, right? Or mostly just Tarkov?
Mostly Tarkov. I sort of burned myself out on Tarkov, and then I go and play something else for like a week, and then I just go back to Tarkov for like 2 months. So it's sort of back and forth. It depends what I'm feeling most days, but it's I sort of pick something and then I just get ultra focused on it and then just play it for like days on end. And then my wife's like, "Can you come out of your room and shower? You smell like shit." So
you're the reigning world champion in Tarkov. That's kind of cool.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Lead with that.
Twitch rivals. Yeah. Lead with that. Well, I think it got overshadowed though, because we won Twitch rivals, and then Punisher was straight after that, and we got fucking flogged. So
that's not an official event. There's one world champion. It's not your team.
Twitch sanctioned. Yeah. We won like by a fucking bee's dick, like right at the end. Pulled it out. So it was like. It was a huge thing. I was pretty proud of it actually, but
that's great, man.
I would be too.
This was the team related thing you guys were talking about, explaining to me, right? Not a one-on-one tournament.
Yeah. You said you guys. Yeah. So this is remember I talked about a little bit. We were filming PKN as it happened, and he's on the same team as Pestily. Anyway, I guess. All right, I'll just say it. It kind of seemed like Landmark was the new talent in town, right? And he had won Pestily's Punisher thing, and I don't know if he had entered Twitch Rivals before. Maybe he had.
He did. They came second the last time, so
okay.
It's similar. Yeah, they sort of got right at the end, got pipped at the post.
Kind of seemed like the torch had been passed a little bit. Maybe I'm the only one who sees it this way, but I was like, forever. Pestily was sort of thought of as the best player on Earth. And then while he didn't beat him in competition, he won the Punisher tournament, and it seemed like Landmark was the best player on Earth. And then I'm watching this thing like a sporting event, and I'm like, what? Pestily's team is in the lead. Is it possible? Could he still be? Does he still have it? And then Landmark pulled out ahead, and it was like, right. We all knew it. Water finds its level. The guy is amazing, and he still is amazing. And then to just going neck and neck, but with Landmark ahead, if I recall, the entire time until.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. No, we went out really early, and we were in the lead for the first hour, really, really comfortable for the first hour, and then we just kept falling over on killing Gluha for one of the tasks, and that sort of.
I feel your pain.
It was mainly me. I kept dying. I was fucking skitzing out, punching my desk. But, yeah.
How big are the teams? How many people were on your team with Pestily?
3 people. Yeah, me and Pest and Red Ops as well.
Were you a ringer? Brought in to truly dominate?
No. So Pest was Pest didn't know which one he was going to be in because they wanted him to cast, I think. And then he was like, "Oh, I'll go in now." And then he messaged me and he's like, "Oh, do you want to make a team?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, we'll go all Australian then? Do you want to invite someone? You find someone who's good?" And I was like, "Well, I play with Red all the time. We got good synergy. He's a really good player. Just hit up Red Ops and we'll go." So.
Yeah, Team Xenophobe. We're the
exactly.
best. No one else is close.
Yeah.
To finish
casual racism.
Yeah. Team that's more acceptable there. Here, you be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So they got an early lead. They fell behind. Every time I looked, they were behind but close. And then in the last second, or as Slush would say, by a bee's dick, they passed him at the finish line. It was neat to see. It was super cool. So,
are you into Rust now? Is your new game, or that's your treat of a game to give yourself a break from grinding and Tarkov?
It was sort of weird. I had so I just signed a contract with Twitch, so I just went like permanent with Twitch for 2 years. So I was sort of working while I was working that out. They're like, oh yeah, we'll just like push it backwards and forwards and do all the signing and stuff like that, but we'll backdate it. And I was like, oh cool, I don't really have to worry too much about, you know, streaming the same game all the time. It's sort of guaranteed income. So I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna go and play Rust for 18 hours a day and fuck around on that. And so I just sort of treated myself to that. And then sort of I was like, I felt like I was playing WoW again when I was 16. Like I was like
just getting to enjoy it. Yeah,
chisel covered desk with like 35 empty beer cans next to me. Just like, this is not how a 31-year-old man should live.
You're just blackout drunk playing WoW.
Did you have any issues with stream snipers playing Rust?
Oh, fucking constantly.
That's
endless.
That's the problem with Rust and streaming. Like, I don't know how people do it. Like, I know Waylon streams a lot. I know there's a few guys who do it, but I don't know how you do it, because like it doesn't matter if they're any good or not. Like someone can be absolute trash at the game. Like they can just buy it to troll you, and they can effectively troll you if they can just get a double barrel and just go outside your base, or just scream at you constantly in voice chat. Then you've got to turn voice chat off, or just type something awful in the text chat. Well, now you've got to turn text chat off, and after a while you've turned so much shit off that like you're barely it's not the game anymore.
Alone on an island.
I turned all the chat off and stuff like that, and we tried to keep the server that we were going on private. And every time we played, we changed to different servers. Like we'd start a wipe and we'd go on a different server and try to cover your map and stuff like that, because it's randomly seeded, so people can tell from the map overlay. But then even then you still get people. But I think someone like Waylon, like because he's so big, he probably just goes, I'm gonna play on this server. I'm friends with the mod. If someone pisses me off, I just message them and auto ban them. So if someone does it, they just get them banned instantly. I think would be the way to do it.
Do people ever stream snipe benevolently, where they'll show up and be like, "Hey, here's a bunch of extra gold. Just wanted to say hi," and then they leave?
That's how it always starts. So you're like, they'll show up and they go, "Oh yeah, we'll give." There's a couple of different types of stream snipers. There's the ones that will just come there and kill you. They're like, they just hate you and just have always wanted to kill you. They would probably try to fight you in the street if they weren't some limp-wristed bitches. But they just come and try and kill you, and they get sick of it after a little while. Then there's the benevolent ones, and they come in and they try and give you free shit, and then you go away, I don't want it. And then they keep trying and they keep trying, and then eventually they turn against you, and then it's in their head now. Okay? And then they go for like 9 hours straight because they're like, "Oh, I'm so nice to this guy. Why does he hate me?" And it's like, "Cunt, I just want to play a fucking game. Just piss off."
Yeah, I don't want free shit. Like,
just say yes. Just say, "Oh, I'm gonna go put this. This is gonna go in my collector's space back in my base," and then they'll be happy. You'll be happy.
Yeah,
like, you just don't even want the interaction though. Like I just want to, when I'm playing Rust, I just want to like be doing my own thing. Like we're playing with a big team right now, but like I don't want someone else who's not like on our team to be coming and bringing me stuff. You know, I just want like my team to kind of synergize and work together and like try to do as well as we can in the server. We're having a great fucking time.
Are you commanding your team? You kind of commanded in Vermintide. You would determine like when it was time for the group to move and when not, and you kept on top of things.
Yeah, in Vermintide, I feel like in games like that in general, like whoever's got the most experience, or whoever knows like what needs to be done needs to be just telling people, because like as long as you're not pissing everybody off, like nobody wants to be like yelled at or anything. But I haven't. So we've been into 2 different servers. The issue was we didn't start on a Thursday wipe. Thursday's like the traditional wipe cycle when you start new. So we played this Saturday wipe, and it was trash because we picked a bad server. And then I think right now we're playing on like a Tuesday wipe. So it just started yesterday. It may have been a like early Monday morning Tuesday wipe. But anyway, we're doing really well. I think it's 2x gather rate. And other than that, there aren't any crazy mods or anything like that. And we're killing it right now.
How big is it?
It varies, like anywhere from like, I think there's 4 guys in there playing right now, but sometimes there'll be as many as like 8 or 10.
What makes the server trash? You said the first one was it the like connectivity issues or like in-game issues?
It's in game. It's like so there's a lot of, it could be the gather rate. Sometimes like so if you hit a tree, how much wood comes back to you matters. Like in vanilla, I don't know what it is. It's like 10 wood or maybe 8 wood for the first hit, and it stacks up. Painfully slow. Because you need like 1,000 wood just to make a tool cupboard.
Especially if you're not going to know life it. Like if you want to play 18 hours a day, vanilla's fine. But
yeah. But then there's like 2x servers where you get twice as much as normal of everything whenever you hit a rock or a sulfur node or whatever. But then there are like 10x and 100x and literally 1,000,000x for people who don't even give a shit about the grind. They just want to get right into gunfights. And that's not me. Like I'm going to have a hard time out shooting people, but they're going to have a hard time out grinding me. So I'm trying to grind to the point where I've got a semi-automatic rifle and they've still got a double barrel so that I can make my advantage my work ethic.
Plus, it's nice
You're just always waging a war of attrition. Just, I've got nothing but time. Just loading away.
That's how I play the game.
On the beach.
And I've grown fond of games recently where losing matters and winning matters. You know, in COD, if you win or lose, I guess it impacts your stats by a decimal every once in a while. In Rust, when you get raided, or even if you lose all the stuff on your body, it can suck a lot.
It can suck more than you can understand. It's so bad. It's like 10 times.
Especially if you get offline rolled and you log in just naked on a beach and you're like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Like, we fucked some people over so hard last night. It was the most fun I'd had in Rust in a long ass time. Like, I know that you two don't know a ton about Rust, but so essentially there's this attack helicopter that comes onto the map like every half hour, depending on the server. And you have to shoot it down, but it's shooting back at you and it'll kill you really quickly. So it's kind of difficult to take down if you're not good or if you don't have a team working to take it down. When it crashes, it hits the ground and it drops 3 or 4 crates of very high-end loot, like the highest tier loot in the game. It could be AK-47s or rockets or C4, the most difficult things to find. But the crates are on fire for 10 minutes. So you have to and this is a very loud thing. Audio in Rust is like map wide. Like you set off a C4 charge and they hear it a mile away.
They bag you out in the global chat as well. Like if you can't get it down, they're like, oh, there's a 5-man and they're losing to the chopper. What a bunch of losers.
Exactly. And then they mark it on the map even. And everybody has the map. You press G, see the map. They put a little thing on the map like, oh, helicopter went down right fucking here. So me and like 2 or 3 guys are out roaming around. Like we've got top tier gear on, and some people start taking the chopper and they take it down right next to a safe zone at the outpost, which is a really weird, precarious thing to do because if they get into a fight, if they do anything aggressive toward another player, the outpost will murder them with these automated guns. So they can't defend themselves. But in their heads, they're thinking, well, no one can attack us either. But we just get out of the range of the outpost. So we're just standing there looking at them standing over all this loot that's on fire and they're waiting on it to go out. And there's 4 of us. So 3 of us just open fire on them from range and kill them all. And the 4th runs in because he has not aggroed the outpost and its automated guns. And he takes all the fucking loot. And we just took 4 AK-47s, an LR, a bunch of rockets and C4. It was hilarious. Like they had to be so upset. It was one of the most upset. I'd have quit if that had happened to me. That would have been so goddamn upsetting.
Yeah, that I probably would have done the same thing.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get back on tonight and grind some more. I'm playing with the $50 patrons. I know a couple people joined the $50 patron just to play Rust with us. So I'm trying to spend as much time in there as I can. So it's been a lot of fucking fun. I haven't played Rust seriously in about 5-6 months because it is addictive and not very healthy. But I'm getting back into it now, definitely. So we're gonna grind all night tonight, and then Thursday, which I think is Christmas, will be a fresh white.
Christmas Eve. Yeah.
We're getting we're getting right back into it because a lot of the guys are quarantined. 2 of the guys in the patron have COVID, so they're like legitimately quarantined.
Like social distancing inside the base. They got their own separate base.
So we're gonna hit it hard again on Thursday, but we're gonna finish this little wipe cycle out till then. Having a great time.
Nice.
Slush, I don't know how much you can share, but you said you got a Twitch contract. How do they work?
Yeah.
Like, you still get donations? Is still to you, right?
Yeah, so PayPal donations still go to me.
And subscriptions?
So it works. It's like a minimum guarantee. So there's NDAs around like a lot of the stuff, but I can, from public knowledge of what I've heard other people talk about before, I can say that it's like you get an amount every month, and they say, okay, we're going to pay you this per month, and it's guaranteed to be this, no matter how many subs, bits, whatever you get, ad revenue. And to get that, you have to run 4 minutes of ads per hour. So they essentially trade you what is, I'm assuming they make massive CPM off the ads, because otherwise they wouldn't be trading that for like this guaranteed income. And they'll just say, okay, you run this many, or you can choose like to run different amounts of ads. So the people that I've spoken to, like different people have different amount of ads for different amounts of money and stuff. And so they basically, you run your ads and then you get paid.
So Twitch sees how many bits and subscriptions you have. Do they generally make the contract comparable, just guaranteed, or is it a raise?
Well, I calculated it out, and it seemed to be pretty much exactly bang on the fucking cent to what I would earn.
Anyway, but guaranteed.
Yeah. So it's like the pretty much, okay, you're going to keep earning the same amount no matter what for the next 2 years with like a rolling 1 year renewal with like you renegotiate at the end of 2 years. If you grow, if you earn more from like bits and subs and ad revenue, then you get that on top of that. If you go under, you just get that. So
so they just set a floor. It's not your. Yeah. It's not. That's not better yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like, I think it's just more like the security of it. Like I didn't really even.
Sure.
It's not a raise. Like I don't even really care about it that much. Like money wise, it's just like I can have a week off and it doesn't matter. Like I'm not gonna. If I have a week off, then next month I'm like, I'm a bit poor this week. Like that's a week off is a quarter of my month's pay.
Yeah.
Right.
But, like,
well, Twitch partner program, if you're listening, I'm willing to play 97 or 57 minutes of ads per hour. No, scratch that. 58.
With the new stuff that they've added, like they have like the pre-rolls and shit like that. Yeah. So you've got like, if you run, I think it's like 2 minutes per half an hour, it'll block pre-rolls for half an hour. And so I was already doing it because the pre-rolls were like, people were coming in and they're like fucking pre-roll ads, and they were running random ads throughout the stream as well that I wasn't controlling. So I was like, all right, every half an hour, I'm just going to get up, take a piss, just go out, I don't know, talk shit to my wife, and for 2 minutes while I'm loading into a game and just do nothing and just run these ads. You're not missing anything.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's a great idea.
Some of them, I just sit there and pick my nose. Like I just do it.
I didn't think of that. I just get yelled at by my chat for the ads I'm not in control of. That's not a good way to do it.
No, so I look at it through the so when you run the first one, like the first 2 minute one, it'll say like there's a counter and it'll say pre-roll on, and you just wait till that gets to 0 or is like a minute off getting to 0, and you go, okay, it's been half an hour, I'm gonna run 2 minutes of ads and go and beat off or whatever, and then you just fucking walk out of the room.
So you beat off in 2 minutes?
That's, if he's trying to get back to streaming.
That's more impressive than your ad strategy.
When you stream 12 hours a day, man, you got to be very efficient at everything you do. I can take a shit like that, man.
On your dashboard, like, and begin. You just
that's a pro skill when you're a streamer, especially a Tarkov streamer. You hit load on the raid and you go and you take out your phone and you're watching your own stream on your phone and you're taking a shit, and then you get the 20-second deploy timer. Then you wipe your ass in 20 seconds and you're back on the game. It's like, I'm back.
I tell my chat, like, not to make any loud noises and to kill anyone they see. I come back, it's all capitals, letters, people just screaming, trying to get me found. It's a joke, but yeah.
People were like giving me trouble. This was a long time ago, being like, add more rewards for channel points. You can even add one that's like run an ad. And I'm like, oh, people will pay their channel points to run an ad to make me money. I was like, that seems neat, but I should have known like there's a reason they wanted to do that. And I set what I thought was reasonable, and like immediately, like it was like 6 hours in queue of ads because everybody spent all of their points, and like people were frustrated, obviously. And I was like, I had to go. God, I wonder how much money it would have been. Obviously nothing after it ran for the first 4 hours and nobody was watching any advertisements anymore. CPM times 0, nothing.
Well, I think that like I don't think you can even run that many. So it's like I think you can only run a certain amount. I think there's like an 8-minute gap or something in between how many you can run. So like I will to put a like this is the most well-known secret of all time, but during Twitch drops for Tarkov, I streamed for 28 hours with 140,000 viewers, and I literally sodomized the ad button. Like that thing was begging for mercy by the time I was done. And I was just saying to people in chat, look, you're farming me for free for Twitch drops. I'm gonna farm you for fucking ad revenue. All right, I don't care,
dude. That's a lot. Did you say 120,000 viewers?
It was 140. It was a lot.
So is an ad worth like $2,800 ish? Am I even close? That maybe don't say. But good God, I hope that you bought a house that day.
That's what I'm sitting in now. It was a lot. It was not an insurmountable amount of money. It was like, but after it happened and I got paid, my wife and I had been saving for a house for a little while, and I literally looked at the Twitch revenue thing as the ad revenue goes on like 2 days later, and I was like, done, we're moving, and then just moved house. Then we brought a house.
That's awesome, man.
Dude, I'm so happy. I did that, but it was a dancing competition.
Yeah. It was crazy, and heaps of people like that did get that as well. Like there's some like even smaller streamers, some of them that have like we're running like 100 viewers. We're running like 30,000 viewers, and that's still a fuckload of money. Like if you stream for 25 hours and run that many ads, it's so much fucking money. That's really cool. I'm happy that you got that. That's great.
I mean, I'm glad you bought a house instead of like a $4,000 pair of jeans and a Italian sports car.
Oh, I already have a Mercedes, so I don't need it.
Oh, I thought you were about to be bragging about expensive jeans.
Nah,
already got the expensive jeans.
Yeah. Nah, I've been saving for ages when I first started streaming because I always wanted one of those C-class Mercedes, so I had shitloads of money put away for it. And then my car lease ran out of my other car, and I went and traded it in. And I was like, hang on, like I've got a lease on this fucking shitty truck. And I'd finished paying it, and then this guy's like, well, if you trade in the truck and then you just lease the rest of the cost of this Mercedes, it'll cost you the same as the lease for the truck was. And I'm like, why aren't I driving a Mercedes? Like, it's the same fucking cost. I was already paying that. And so I went and brought one. I was like, got my dream car.
I only processed about half of that in real time. But if it came from a car salesman, I don't trust it.
Well, no. He wasn't 100% right. It was a little bit more expensive, but it wasn't fuckloads more expensive. It was like, it ended up being like $100 a month more expensive or something because I had money to put towards it and stuff like that.
Don't let my manager hear about this deal. I could lose my job.
The wheels.
Jesus, thanks for sticking me. You can't fool me.
Just think the guy that I took it for a test drive, and the guy that was the owner, he's like, oh, we don't actually have any of those in stock. We'll have to send one from Germany or whatever. But I drive one, and I'm like, can I take yours for a test drive? And this cunt was shitting himself in the passenger seat. I just fucking flogged the shit out of his car. Like power sliding around corners at like 80 miles an hour. And this guy's like, fucking hell, man. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I mean, I wouldn't be pleased if I was saying.
Yeah. He had like a baby seat in the back and shit. And I was
then that's his loss. What an idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
How long have you been streaming full time?
It'll be 2 years in January. It will be. Although I sort of like when I went full time, I had 2 months of. I don't know if Americans get this, but we get something called long service leave in Australia. So if you work at a job, or most jobs, you work there for 10 years, and then they give you 3 months of paid leave, and you can take it at like a week at a time or like 3 months at a time. And so I got to December 2 years ago, and I was like, I'm going to take 2 months off. And then I took 2 months off, and then like probably like the 15th of January, I just got up and like, I think like Tarkov just started to explode. Shroud was playing it. I got hosted by Shroud. I had like fucking thousands of subs, and I called them up and I'm like, yeah, I'm not coming back. And they were just like, oh, okay, all right.
What were you doing before you started streaming full time?
Did software engineering. So I worked for the federal government. I did data analytics stuff, similar to what you do, Woody. What you did, I think.
So I built Cisco, the networking company. I'm sure you do.
Oh yeah, no, that's right.
I did all their e-commerce. Well, not all. I didn't single-handedly do it, but I worked on their e-commerce stuff online. That's where the money came in from, and order status and whatever. So what did you do? Like big data type stuff?
Yeah,
for the government.
So I worked for a few different programs and stuff like that around the place, but it was essentially like big data analytics and like data visualization. So it'd take like billions of records and then do data analytics on them, and then basically present them as a green or a red light for some moron with 8 IQ and a fucking 7-figure paycheck to go, oh, it's all good.
I have 2 friends that do that. And you got paid. Oh, I don't want to dox them, but they do so well.
It's like, they just like the government in Australia just doesn't value like any IT skills. So I couldn't move past that point unless I wanted to be a manager, just flicking emails backwards and forth. And I didn't want to do that. I enjoyed the actual coding. So I was just sort of at a point where I was like, I wasn't stuck. Like I was earning good money. I was earning like $100,000 a year, but it was like, I was just sort of like, that's it. And it's like, I'm gonna do better than this. Like I know I can do better. I can spend my time. Like I was just bored because it was easy. Like,
what text did you use? What'd you code in?
So we did a lot of SAS, Teradata, like Teradata SQL, and then the visualization stuff I did with JavaScript in D3 because it was sort of made stuff like fancy little bubbles you can click on and stuff like that.
And this was 2 years ago?
Yeah. 2 years ago would have been the last time I coded. Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't coded in ages, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't coded in more ages, but yeah.
Yeah.
But you said you did that for 10 years in order to earn that leave?
Well, I was like, I started out there as data entry, and then I sort of just one day was talking to a guy about coding, and then I was like, oh, I can code a little bit. And he's like, oh, okay, come and work for us then. And then I moved so I was like, I think it was like 20 different jobs just inside the federal government, but just moving around different teams pretty much. Does
your tech background help you now at all? Sorry, I thought that I didn't. There was more.
Yeah.
Right?
Some of it. The audio visual stuff is just like, fuck. Like, I don't know. Like, I hate audio. Audio can lick my nuts.
Dude, can I interrupt with a little audio story? So, you were there the other night. There was a buzz, especially when I was talking. So there was a noise gate on OBS, which made it only buzz when I talked. But the buzz was there all the time. It was just getting cut off when I was being silent. Cool. I think the buzz is electrical interference on my new computer. I don't know why there's more electrical interference than there used to be. It doesn't make any sense to me. The chat says I have to buy a ground loop isolator, which instantly made sense to me because Willers needed that, and that solved his problem. So I was like, all right. On Amazon, I instantly order it. The next day, I go out and I go to 2 different guitar stores and a Best Buy, and I can't find one in real life. So I'm stuck. What I do is I grab this USB mic that I have as like a travel mic for, on rare occasions, I do PKA around on the road, and I have this mic. It's USB, it's not buzzing, cool. But I like my other mic more. The ground loop isolator comes in, it got worse somehow. I haven't solved the problem, that's why I'm still on this mic. I think it's okay, but audio can lick my nuts too. That's where all that is headed. Yeah, and people think because like you used to code in Java, why can't you fix your mic? It's not a relevant skill set. It's not.
The amount of times that like, I've had my mum just be like, "Can you fix my laptop?" I'm just giving up. I'm just like, "No, buy a new one." Like, I'm not coming here to fix your 7-year-old Chromebook. It's like it's fucked because you watch it in bed and it's the hard drive's fucking fried in it.
They got some printer from the attic with like a parallel port adapter in the back, and you're like, "What is this?" Piece of history.
Yeah, it's always the same. When you work in computers, people just think you're like, you know, some kind of magic, but it's really not that hard. It's just that no one ever bothers to learn it because like I did this like all the time when I was working there. I'd be like, oh, you can do this, and do this, and do this, and then be like, so you know how to do it? And they're just like, be some old fucking like 50-year-old woman, some Linda that's just like, oh, that's all right. Next time I'll just ask you. And it's like, no, you fucking won't, bitch. What happened you next time? I'm like, I'm
going to teach you how to block a phone number.
Computer programming isn't what people think it is. Like what people think computer programming is,
like swordfish.
I've seen the Matrix.
is taking like, I don't know, something that they want built and like changing that into code, like it's a different language. What computer programming actually is, like the hard part of it, is answering all the questions that weren't given to you, right? Using your own either subject matter expertise or just intuition, because they say, all right, you know, I want an order status screen. You know what that looks like. You've all seen them before. There's a million unanswered questions in every coding project that you're answering yourself. And that's what computer programming really is, according to me.
But they don't really, like, people don't really think about the complications of like what they're asking for most of the time. So it's like if you ask someone, can you build me an animal that can eat grass and survive? And it's like, okay, well, does it have blood? Like, what has it oxygenate? Like, does it breathe oxygen? What enzymes does it get from the grass? Like, there's a trillion questions that go along with that, and you don't get that with like your program. They're just like, you're a wizard, you just make it. Like,
I could tell you it has hooves, and you're like, so just one hoof like a horse, or does it have like two toes on its hooves? What's in the middle of it? How does that transition from the leg to the hoof work? Like, there's so many unanswered questions in every business spec that's what coding really is, answering all those questions and thinking of all the corner cases.
And then, dealing with the trillions of edge cases that dumbass motherfuckers are gonna plow into it to destroy it, and it's like, I didn't count for this one edge case because it's just like so infinitesimally rare that some idiot's going to do this, and then some idiot does it in the first 10 seconds. Like, fucking why? Like,
and then did you have much like public facing stuff with security issues?
No, all of mine was internal, so I sort of got lucky. I don't know much about security. Like, I've got friends that I've talked to about it before, but I'll be honest, like, very, very little security stuff is,
So most of my stuff was public facing, and my God, like the tricks that people can put in. Heaven forbid I take text from you and put it back on the, like, to show you what you wrote. That is so much harder than it sounds, right? Because all of a sudden the text you're giving me is like JavaScript that opens JSON connections. It's reading from my database, and it's like, what the? Wait a minute. So I have to sanitize everything you write, so you can't put pictures of Barney on my website that I didn't want. And it's anyway, public facing stuff.
Man, I wish I understood anything.
I don't know if this is good content, but
there's like 9 guys out there like. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, I'll change it.
Thank you. Yes. Oh my God! Listen to this podcast for 10 years. Finally, something good.
Patel, get in here. You gotta hear this podcast.
Okay, we'll stop.
He is totally right about the security requests from America. They are totally unreasonable a high percentage of the time.
It's funny though, like when I was working with the government, I was like, I found like fucking, well, actually, I won't say it, but I found flaws in their system, and I was like, yeah, you need to fix this. This is bad. And they're just like, they just don't care. Like, it's like, fuck it. It's like, it's all good.
Does Australia have nukes?
I don't know. I don't think we do. I think we've got some of yours. I think we got some of yours parked here. Maybe that's it. What does that matter though? All the nukes are powered by like fucking 9-volt batteries and some motherfucker with a button, aren't they? Like
really? I don't know how nukes work. That's how I think computer programming works. Is some guy can go to a library somewhere in Melbourne, and then they're like, "I'm into the mainframe of the Australian nuclear codes." Oh fuck, they don't have bombs. Damn, we should have looked into this before we decided to choose Australia as our strike point.
They do not have
also all the American ones were like Minuteman ones that are like running on like fucking wooden cogs and shit. It's like really outdated safety systems and shit that's like ultra dangerous, and no one gives a fuck. It's the
Russians that have the super outdated stuff, because at least like every 25, 30 years we're like, all right, we might need to do something about that coal-powered nuclear weapon we've got in Nebraska. Like, it's just not getting, it's not up to snuff anymore. But the Russians are just like, coal is good. Coal always works.
This one you take trained monkey, and he just used the pebbles.
I don't know what to think of America's nuclear arsenal, because nuclear arsenal, sometimes I'm like you, like, oh, it's coal powered, it's out of date, it's from the 80s, etc. Another part of me is like, I don't know, we spend $1 trillion a year on something. For all I know, we've updated the entire thing and kept it as some sort of secret.
I think we have.
$1 trillion isn't really that much, though, once you blow it out in bureaucracy.
Yeah.
Like, it's once it gets wasted on like fucking 10 million pricks sending emails to each other, then it's like, oh, okay, it's all gone.
Now we've only got $500 billion.
We've done 60 safety case studies into it. We've had fucking Roger, who charged us fucking $1.5 million a day to go and have a look at it. We know the problem. It's fucked. We can't tell why, and we don't have any money to fix it. Like,
yeah. So-and-so's, uncle is a chairman at Raytheon, so we're going to use them, even though they're twice as expensive, for the Humvee doors that are going to end up not working right, and so they'll sit in a pile somewhere in Iraq, just some nonsense like that.
Yeah. They've used as like blast door shields when you guys reinvade again eventually, and
we're going back.
Yeah,
to Iraq.
The enemies will be coming through the door with the fucking Humvee door shields,
like a riot shield.
Guarded M4s that you guys left over there.
I feel like invading Iraq should just become an American tradition, right? Like every 10 or 15 years, we go.
We do it every Christmas. Like, that'd be a great like publicity stunt. We're bringing the troops home for Thanksgiving and just bring them home from Iraq every year.
On 4th of July, we make a big show of it. We invade them again.
Yeah.
We pull back out on Christmas time. Everybody's happy. Like, you get that big patriotic hoorah, charge in, guns blazing thing in July.
Yeah.
Christmas time comes around, trips back home with their family.
I can see it in Taylor's eyes. He's trying to do an Iraqi impression of the reaction to being invaded annually. What would it be?
I should have been. I was thinking, like, damn, if we did that, it unironically would reduce our time at war by half. You'd like guarantee 6 months not at war every year. And then, like, by March, Lindsey Graham would be like, they're acting up again over there.
They're mad,
I'm
man.
just advocating for it because nobody has any compromising videos of me at all. Don't ask questions about it. I'm just a Southern religious, single 61-year-old man with no children.
And definitely no boyfriends. Yeah, definitely no boyfriends. I'm sure of it.
No, we need a new war.
I was at that club for the same reason that the Lord washed that prostitute's feet. You go to those. You need them up.
Everybody complains about war, but
through the hole in the bathroom. You ask him.
But that's how we learn geography. Where is this headed?
First of all, yes, that is how we learn geography. Like I didn't know where a lot of that stuff was until we started.
I hadn't heard of half the stands.
I didn't know all the stands existed. I didn't know.
I was just about to think. I was like, yeah, that's right. I didn't go to the same schools as you guys did. Never mind.
No, believe me. Like there was a lot more agriculture going on at my school than there was fucking geography. Like I know how to inseminate a cow, but I don't know how to find my way to Afghanistan. But no, I think that it's good that look. It was super entertaining, right? Like, remember, like, when we were first going into Afghanistan and we got all the AC-130 footage and all that black and white shit that looked like it was out of Call of Duty Modern Warfare, like, that was badass.
And then they were airing it on CBC.
and like, I didn't like the first Iraq War or the second Iraq War. There's been a few now, but it was pretty cool that we just stormed in there and took the leader of a gigantic country hostage and then hung him. Right, like, that was pretty nuts.
Did the Americans hang him in the end? I thought they sort of like got to the sort of break point of the city, and then everyone was just like, okay, they're coming for this guy. Let's just fucking string him up. And
I think we had a lot to do with it.
There was a trial.
We captured him, and then we talked to our Iraqi allies and said, we think you should have a trial for this guy. And they were like, guilty or not? Guilty. Okay. And how should we kill him, overlords? And they were like, a hanging ought to do it. And they're like, sure, we've got plenty of rope that we can do. Yeah. And then they just hung him for us.
And they're just like, no, right. We don't care what you use to do it. Just we need cunts with iPhones there.
Yeah. Do you remember the footage of his sons? Like the pictures of his sons after we killed them, how gory it was?
Uday and Kusei, I think.
Uday and Kusei.
I remember seeing the footage of his. I remember seeing the footage of Saddam Hussein being hung on the internet when I was like fairly young, and I think it was like the first sort of footage I'd ever seen on the internet of someone dying.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, this is sort of weird. And then it was just like. Then I just the internet. And now I'm just a fucking desensitized piece of shit. But
yeah,
we all are. Yeah.
I feel that.
Yeah, for sure. But I'd like to invade a country of white people. We haven't done that in so long. Like I want to I don't know.
Let's decide based on vacation spot. What would we like to be able to go? Where would we like to be able to go without a passport?
You know, if we invade Scotland, we could do a lot of Bravehearts related comedy.
My family's from there. Come on, man.
Sons of Scotland.
No, your family might need a little more freedom.
If you limit it to white country, you're going to have more
Scotland, I would have picked someplace with a better climate, like the Cayman Islands. Do we need a passport now? I don't know.
Doesn't America just like American private citizens just own all of the Cayman Islands?
Probably. Well, Dominican Republic, I like it there.
Let's invade Puerto Rico because we're that ignorant. If we're gonna start a stupid war, let's start a really stupid war.
I'm on board. I like this idea.
Both sides taking heavy casualties.
I swear I heard one of your politicians say that Puerto Rico wasn't part of America. They were just like, fuck them, they're not American.
Probably Donald Trump.
Donald Trump complained about the president of Puerto Rico. I remember that, not realizing that. I guess he thought Puerto Rico had someone called a president too, but he is the president of Puerto Rico, and it's funny.
It was like the governor or something like that. Like, I don't know. It's not that I know anything about fucking Puerto Rico, but I knew that it was a territory. It seems like they're a big drain on the economy, though, right? Like, are they pulling their own? Are they pulling their weight?
I'm not sure.
Here's
what
I'd like to know. Delicious soda and seen made in Puerto Rico.
Is there a map of which states are pulling their weight?
Yes. As a general rule of thumb, there are exceptions. The red states are takers and the blue states are givers. Like the biggest givers are like New York and New Jersey. And I think California is one too. We're comparing how much they pay in taxes, like towards they collect from that state to how much the federal government distributes. And like New York, New Jersey, and California pay a ton and don't get much back. Yeah. And then you have states
that
like
only be because of the high population and like higher.
Well, that's where like the majority of the businesses are located.
Yeah, it's their population and the income of the people. There's a lot of people in New York, California, New Jersey who make like 7 digits, whereas in Kentucky there are fewer.
You know, it would be a good country to conquer for vacation purposes. Maybe like Chile. It's super long and thin. You get that whole giant coast, and I bet there's a ton of variation the whole way up and down. Nothing but beach. That would be a good idea of a country to conquer.
You lost me at long and thin. Is there a country with more girth?
Argentina. Argentina's right there.
Yeah. All right. Now you got me back.
You could take Australia pretty easy because, like, as far as I've seen,
if we wanted Australia,
every Australian prime minister has, without question, regardless of their opinion of American fucking president, has fallen to their knees so quickly in front of them that they've just shattered the floorboards. Like they will suck their cock instantly. It doesn't matter who they are. So I mean, you can probably just say we want it, and then they just give it to you.
Does it work for tourists? I like a cocksucking.
Yeah, I don't know. Calm down. Hey, do you suck on my cock? Americans are coming here on waves.
How about? Look, I like a good sequel. You know, in this modern era, I'm a big fan of sequels, remakes. Vietnam 2.
Ooh.
Oh.
This time we're gonna win.
Yeah.
As you were pitching the idea, I'm like, how do we leave England twice? Let's see where this goes.
We can take the British Isles away. You know, just see how they feel about that. I think we just take it.
No, we don't want that.
What are the islands of Southern America that I can't remember the name.
Right, Falkland Islands or something.
Yeah,
is that what you're thinking of?
Yeah. Just take the Falklands from the British and then just give them back to Argentina and then just be like, there you go, boys. And then
the Brits would come back and take them back from Argentina again with those fucking Harriers that we gave them.
I don't think they would. I think the only reason they did that was because Margaret Thatcher is a cunt and she's just like, fuck you. And then they're just like, no, fuck you. And then it was just on because she's a bitch. So like, there was nothing really. There was like 400 people on the island and she like just the whole Atlantic Navy is just like, it's like,
it's like the South
people there. It's like,
they're trying to fight. Yeah, I don't know where we should conquer. I like the idea of a sequel. Vietnam probably has really cool vacation spots.
The shrimping alone is worth
Vietnam's really beautiful, actually. Like a lot of Australians go to Vietnam and Southeast Asia because it's super cheap after you guys ruined all their economies. Thanks.
Yeah.
And so we go there for like, I call like Bali a suburb of Darwin. Like Darwin's up the top of Australia. You can fly to Bali for cheaper than flying to the rest of Australia from Darwin. And people just go there for weekends. And it's like a 10-cent beer or whatever the beer is. And you just get shit-faced and do whatever you want to do.
Do the native Vietnamese or whoever, Taiwanese, whoever's there, do they like it? Like, are they pretty stoked on you guys there?
I think they're called Charlies, Taylor.
They prefer gook. I'm tired of you guys being so insensitive. All right.
Now I'm gonna wake up in the morning and have it sweet, and it's just like SlushPuppy, fucking collaborating with known racists.
Well, at least it'd be an accurate headline.
Everyone in the wild, the media gets it right.
I was gonna be like, whoop up. Well, no, that's kind of.
Is it hot in here? It feels hot in here.
So I think that like some of them are like, hell yeah, tourism dollars, and then some of them are like, okay, Australians are just coming here and getting shit-faced and just fucking breaking everything. Because like we like 18-year-olds go over there, they hire like those fucking scooters and shit, and they literally just like get shit-faced and then just like fly through the streets and crash them into shit. Like that's like the Wild West.
So they're pretty not strict. It's not like, because you hear stories about people going to Singapore and it's like you spit on the ground and you get caned.
Yeah, don't go to Singapore. They got no chill.
So like Bali is like drugs are like execution. Like if you bring weed into Bali, they will shoot you. Like,
did you hear about that girl that got 2 months in jail for violating COVID in, I think, the Cayman Islands?
Yeah.
They're already on an island. It's going to be fine.
I'm not sure if that's how that works.
We haven't had a COVID case in ages. We were like, oh, we got 2. And then it was like, oh, we got that licked. All right, let's just go back to normal.
Yeah.
We're just I'm on the bottom of the world. Like Tasmania is like an island off Australia. Like,
yeah,
I did want to go to Amsterdam this year. I was pretty shitty about that, but I can't really complain that much because like people lose their jobs and shit
check
like that. But
check out this A-frame they use in Malaysia for canings.
Oh my!
They use it.
That's like sexual. What's that like?
I have one of these, but it's scary to see the mannequin tied to it.
Wait,
so the thing on his
what's that butt pad thing? Is it?
That is
it's for practice. This is for the caners to practice on before they turn them loose on real people.
No, I think that it's like a way to make sure that they're hitting on the ass, not the back or anything. And also, like, I bet that lower flap is partially because they're like, oh, we're gonna beat someone in public, but we want to be modest about it. We don't want to see like an ass cheek hanging out there.
But no balls.
Yeah,
it has some sort of protection. Am I seeing it wrong?
I guess they must.
It's like framing the buttocks so that you're only striking the buttocks.
But the thing with the red stripes,
that's the ass.
That's the target.
Yeah.
So that's the target I'm seeing through the hole. It's not
correct.
It's not.
That is a bullseye.
I saw. Why is it striped? I guess the target has stripes on its butt. It's. I
think they're indicating that this is where you want to not only hit, but this is like how you want to lay the canings down in a horizontal pattern.
Oh no, it's like that's not text. It's just
I would love to go to this training class.
Do you think that one day they had a guy and they were like, okay, we're gonna give him a caning, and then his lawyers argued. He's like, yeah, you can't give him a caning. My client has a bad back. If you hit him in the lower spine, and they're like, we'll devise a device.
Yeah.
We are tanning your ass, motherfucker.
The caning must go
Come up
on.
with a pillow with the center cut out. This is happening whether you like it or not. Get ready. Like,
Oh, I like it.
You can take it lengthways up your ass. It's your choice.
just
Here are the canes.
Oh, do you get to pick? Do you have to pick your own?
No, I don't. There are no good selections in this caning.
They look brutal. Are they just like a bamboo whip? That fucking hurts so much.
I like the idea that it's like a grandmother who sends you to find your own switch. All right, pick out your cane. Yeah. And like Kyle said, there's no good choices.
Yeah.
I remember having to pick up my own switch a handful of times off a willow tree. I would always try and find one that was about to like die so it wouldn't get good whip. Because early on you make the mistake of I'm going to pick a really small one. No, this can just be rapid fire administration of slaps.
Yeah, I would never play that game. It was we played a different game. It was called Catch Me If You Can, motherfucker. I'm not going to take this whipping lying down, or like you're going to have to tackle me and whip my ass. That's how this is going to go down.
But did it get worse? Did they not make you?
Who can say if it got worse? Because I never like just all right, hit me. No, you gotta catch me first. Because sometimes I'd get away and like, tensions would just kind of relax.
That is
like
not
if you
what.
can hide for long enough, like nobody will be mad at you after a while. Like sometimes the whippings were spur of the moment. Like one time I shot the windshield out of my dad's truck, and I was 4, and he's coming for me, So like they had a pellet rifle. He was in it. He was under the hood, like working on it. And I didn't shoot the windshield out. I shot the side window out, or the passenger side, and shatter it out. And he like looks up from like working on that alternator or something. It's just like, what have you done? And I'm just like, oh. And him and my mom had a waterbed, and the waterbed is in this like big wooden frame type thing to like, that's how waterbeds work. But like under and behind the headboard, there's a crawl space, plenty large enough for a 4-year-old child to crawl into. So that's my hidey hole. I'm running and I'm like crawling in that thing, and he's on the other end, and I'm like a badger cornered in a hole, and he's just like, get out here. He's like reaching in, but I'm way too far back, and I'm just like
that scene from Jurassic Park. He's coming back.
Exactly. Yeah. I wasn't not coming out. You're screaming at me. You have a belt. Why?
I love your approach and tactic, because I also noticed that like sometimes tensions would just subside. Yeah. Like if you ran out into the woods, if I like was going to get in trouble at 1:30 in the afternoon and I just hoofed it into the woods and just hung out there till like after dinner, to the point that like my mom would be actually a little bit worried about me, then I come back and it's fine. I'm covered in bug bites probably, but it was worth it. But when you were saying you climbed in that tube, it reminded me of something popped in my head of a story. When I was at Chuck E. Cheese for a friend's birthday, we were, I don't know, like 5 at the oldest, very young, probably younger, like 3, 4. And we're on that slide and ball pit apparatus that they have at every Chuck E. Cheese, because we're almost at the age where like we can't even reach the games. Like we'd have to be held up there by our parents to play. And I remember this one kid that even at 4, I was like, this kid's weird. Why is he hanging out with me and my cool friends? And we were crawling around all together. And then we went in a line to go down. We were waiting in line to slide down the slide into the ball pit. And other kid in front of me goes, I go. And as I'm like halfway down, I hear like a ew from everybody else, like up there. And like, you know how you come down and you could hear like little echoes and things of children's voices, and I heard like Scott pooped.
Oh no!
Scott
pooped his pants. Ew. And then the kid didn't want to he still wanted to go down the slide, and so he went down the slide, and shit smeared the entire way down that bright yellow Chuck E. Cheese slide into the ball pit. And because it was a shit incident, it wasn't just onto the rubber mat that could be washed. Because he went into the ball pit, everybody had to get out for the remainder of the day because all the balls had to be sanitized and everything cleaned out. And this is 15 minutes into a party.
Yeah.
And like,
how old was this kid?
We were all maybe like 4. Like we were very little.
The saddest thing is there's probably some 17-year-old employee who's on like shit cleanup duty. That's the day you quit, right?
I used to work at McDonald's, and it'd be like that. Someone would vomit. I'd just be like, nah, just walked over. So
I remember even as a child, I thought the ball pit was gross. I was like,
Yes.
nah, I can't get in that ball pit. I don't know what's in there.
We used to have like McDonald's in like shitty neighborhoods, and there'd just be no balls in there because people would just steal them.
For what purpose do you steal 2 of those?
I know. It's like, I'm gonna have a ball pit at home. It's like,
ball by ball.
I slowly rob McDonald's around Australia.
So both of you ran from your parents when beatings were to be administered?
If it was
it's possible, absolutely. Like sometimes I would be, I'd be within arm's reach and they'd snatch me up, and they'd have you, But if I could escape, I absolutely would, for sure. And then with my mom, certainly, like we'd have a tussle. She'd have to, because she's not stronger than me at almost any point in my life, and so she's really got to tackle me to get me down. But most of the time, I could like run around and around a bed or like a tree table or something, and I could fend her off and keep her away. So she would get into like throwing things sometimes or whatever.
How you would have done in my household, right? Like how that would. So first, I was never outside when I got beat. Like outside, people didn't know.
No,
but
it's evidence.
But inside, like you can't run. Like you're just gonna run to some corner of the house, and eventually you're trapped there. And now, beatings were always administered in a blind rage. So you didn't want to flare up this rage even higher, right?
Blind rage.
Yes.
Beatings were always administered in a blind rage.
Wait, you're older. You're older than us, Woody. So the beatings were probably a little bit more severe.
Dude, yeah. And like, I don't know. Like,
the blind rage beatings.
Like, if I had ran to some other room and got, like, I did run at times. Like, but it would just be me, like picture a bed that's in the corner of a room, cowering next to it in like a ball, and then she'd find that and beat it. These stories you tell about your child abuse are always so upsetting for me. They're always so like legitimately upsetting. I'm like,
I only laugh because I'm nervous. Literally describing years of child abuse that you sustained as a young man.
I don't think running was a good move, but I feel like I should, because I would have.
I'll tell you a story from when I was younger, because standing and fighting definitely doesn't fucking work. So my dad was pretty hard, and he'd hit all the time, and then I think he sort of got to the point where I'm a twin, and so there was 2 of us, and we were fucking terrible. Like we were absolute pricks when we were kids, and we would just like beat the ever living shit out of each other all the time. And because we were perfectly matched, it was like Goku, Vegeta, like throwing each other through walls, like punching into the drywall and stuff like that. But like at one stage, my dad just got sick of bending down to hit us. He'd just kick us, and then once we got old enough to be able to actually like do damage, he'd come in and just stop the fight. But once we got too old for him to sort of like, when we got to like 16, where we're old enough to do real damage to each other, but he couldn't just hold us apart. He'd just come in and end the fight with punches of his own. And so it's like, there was times when like I'd be wailing on my brother, and then my dad would come in and he'd just yeet my brother to the floor, and then I'd just push my dad, and then he'd just headbutt me in the face, and it just flattened me.
This is like some WWE shit. Like 2 wrestlers are going at it.
Look at my nose. Look how bent it is. Like,
is that for your dad headbutting you?
Oh, and the Undertaker's here! And I just like drop it.
I took a swing at him first. I deserved it.
But I almost feel like the strategy is when your father arrives to slightly be losing. Like, roll your brother on top of you.
No. There needs to be some enemy of my enemy is my friend stuff that goes on where like you're like, all right, we're gonna pretend like we're fighting. As soon as he walks in, he's ours.
We're gonna kill Dad.
We're gonna beat the shit out of Dad. You go low, I'll go high. Don't worry, Mom's coming in with a chair. She's tired of it too.
We never had those plans though, because it was always just like me and my brother would get in a fight, and then we'd just fire off over something, and then it'd just be like us just waxing each other's faces, just like throwing punches, and we're just like both of us have bleeding noses and split lips, and we're like fucking, we can't see shit. We're just throwing as many punches as we can at each other as fast as we can. And then Dad comes in and it's just fucking bang, and then it's just over.
What was
so
it
you
like
never
the
really
first
like
time?
making plans. What
was
it
it like
the first time?
The first time that he decided he had to come in with a right hook of his own in order to end things? Was that like, I can imagine like, for a child's formative years being like, I didn't know that was something he could do.
The first, I still remember the first time because I was fighting my brother, and then Alex stopped, and then Dad pushed me, and then I pushed him back, and then he was like, "You're gonna have to be a lot fucking bigger than that to try that on me." And I was like, "Come on then." And then he just fucking flattened me instantly. He was just like one right hook, and I was just like fucking dead. So he's like, maybe try it again in like 5 years, mate.
Was there any like post-fight care where it's like, I didn't want to have to do that? Was it just like clean yourself up?
He was like, I told you what you get, and you fucking did it. And I was like, well, yeah. And he's like, you learned, didn't you? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, now fuck off. He's really into it.
But you didn't
really
learn, did you?
Oh, yeah, no. Wait,
it took a few more lessons, didn't it?
It took not like a million lessons, but it was always when my brother and I went way over the top. Like we were like fucking each other up. We fought shitloads when we were younger, and we'd like beat the shit out of each other, and then he'd come in and break it up.
What's your relationship with him now like?
But I mean,
your brother.
We're pretty close. Like once we grew up, we were just fine. Like we just ended up being fine. Like I think once we both started smoking a heap of weed, then we sort of calmed down a little bit. So it's like
no more fist fights.
See, Woody made it sound like there's nowhere to run to in the house, but like sometimes I would run to my bedroom, lock the door, and then jump out the window.
That's a good move.
So even the door is just the door is just to slow him down. All right, it's not gonna stop him. This is an interior door. All right, he's coming through it.
Yeah, you can put his foot right through that.
Yeah. But I'm out the window. It's gonna slow him down enough that the window's up and I'm out. I just dove headfirst out the window like I was in a fucking movie.
So this is a first floor bedroom.
Yeah, first floor. Yeah, first floor, not second floor for sure. Right. So like I can swing right out of that thing and I'm gone. And like I got ATVs and stuff. Like I can be gone. Like I'll make a fucking Dukes of Hazzard getaway if I need to.
My dad was really into unusual like punishment though, like fitting of the crime. So like I remember one time me and my brother were arguing, and I slammed the door at like 3 a.m. We were playing Xbox on like Wednesday, and we slammed the door at like 3 a.m. and woke up. And we came home from school the next day, and we lived in it was like a 2-story house. So you had like mum and dad were upstairs and like lounge room and the dining room stuff, and then there was a doorway at the top of the stairs that had like a lock on it. And then down the bottom of the house was mine and my brother's bedroom, and then an outdoor, so like you could go outside. And he'd taken all the doors off the house on the bottom floor. He's just like, can't slam doors anymore because you don't fucking have any. And so we just like for a week we just like the elements of Tasmanian winter, just like sleeping through them. And he's like, you ever slammed the door again?
He took off the door from the outside, so it's just
he took all the doors off the bottom floor of the house, and when he left for work, 'cause he's a carpenter, he just took all of them to work and then just left them at the workshop.
What a troll! And he's like, "I'm gonna spend enormous amounts of money in heating bills to teach you a lesson."
Oh no, he just closed the door upstairs and just turned the heat pump on upstairs, and then just took the remote for the one downstairs. He's like, "Fuck you," he just doesn't care. Yeah, that's a good point. Or if you'd piss him off like yelling about Xbox or something like that, he'd just turn off the power for the bottom breaker in the house and just be like, no electricity for you. Just like, and he'd just put like a lock on the breaker box. Like he'd just do shit like brutal.
That would have been such a trump card. Like if I was fucking around and like my mom or dad just turned off the electricity to my section of the home, I would have been like, touche. Taylor,
what kind of dad are you gonna be? Are you gonna be a turn the electricity off, headbutt your son in the nose type dad? Are you gonna be I don't know.
How lippy he gets.
See how lippy
a slush puppy may be.
In fairness, like I make it sound like my dad was like a serial child beater. I 100% deserved it. I was old enough to know better, and I was like 6'2" when I was 16. And like weighed 100 kilos. Like if my mum had if I'd have flown into a blind, I would never hit my mum, obviously. If I'd have flown into a blind rage and thrown a right hook at her, I would have hurt her seriously. And so Dad's just like, oh, okay, this is the
To
only
be
way
clear,
I can stop it.
I thought all of your parental punishment stories were total lightweight. Never at any point did I think that they were harsh.
They're not that harsh, no. But it's I just didn't want my dad to watch this at some stage and then him be painted as like him being
Woody
like, wasn't that bad.
Woody was in a wheelchair for 2 years.
That's not true.
Because of one of the beatings from his father.
No, it was because of his mom, Munchausen by proxy. She had him convinced he couldn't walk.
Yeah.
Is this real or are you trolling?
No. My beat
slightly exaggerated. It was crutches.
About being kicked on the ground and like hit with shoes and things. That's all true.
Yeah. The snow scrapers left a big impression on me, literally and figuratively.
Dude, the biggest thing that you bring up that leaves an impression on me is when you're like, yeah, I spilled it. I dropped a glass of milk in my own kitchen as an adult, a retired adult in my beautiful home, and it shatters. And your first thought is like, I'm in trouble.
Yeah. Dude, Jackie was cleaning up the mess in the kitchen because she's really good at cleaning up broken glass. She's just the person who does it in our house. And I'm keeping the kitchen island in between us. Say that again?
I imagine you explaining that to her, like, oh, honey, you're so good at cleaning up broken glass. I wouldn't even know where to start. She's like, well, you just mop up the milk first.
You already lost me.
A broom and a dustpan. And he's like, I'd find a way to mess it up, though. You know what I mean?
I don't pick up every individual piece with my hand. Do I use my teeth?
I was just going to rub my hands into the shards and like grind them into my palms, but like, well, no, you use the dust.
It's gonna be more strategic than that, though. Like I do this with my wife. She asked me to do something, and then I just deliberately fuck it up time and time again until she doesn't ask me again. It's like way easier.
See, listen to these single people telling us about how to be a husband. They don't know.
What did that to her? She'd just be like, "Oh yeah, righto. How about I come and fucking feed it to you in a sandwich?" With a
no. Anyway, she was cleaning up, but I was keeping the island in between us, right? Just keeping that little barrier there.
That's PTSD.
Yeah, she pointed it out. She's like, "Woody, it's okay. Like everything's." Like I could see what you're doing, and I didn't really see what I was doing until she pointed it out.
Yeah,
but sure, like she drift from one part, and I just keep working the.
If I were her, I'd have been like something that I feel like would be therapeutic. Would be like, Woody, take my glass of milk and throw it on the floor. Like just do it. You need to let go of this fear you have inside of you of like minor infractions that you were abused for as a child for years.
It just becomes like a cathartic moment for Woody. Like music's playing, but he's destroying everything in his house. Everything in his house.
Take that, Mom!
And he just kicks the door down. And he's like, "All right, motherfucker!" And just starts like smashing China plates down.
I'm not in trouble. I'm not in trouble.
This is my shit now.
So dark.
Do you still have a relationship with them, Woody, or do you just?
Yeah, I talked to him on the phone.
Yeah. Not in person.
Now you stay in New Jersey. I'm on my kitchen island.
They're in Florida now. No, I saw him. I don't know, 6 months ago, something like that. Maybe it was longer.
It's not a big deal. There's no lasting effects. He does piss himself every time he has to scrape ice off his windshield, though. That's
just more fetishistic, though.
Yeah, I mean that's on purpose. He enjoys that.
It was too rough. It was too rough.
Of course, it was too rough. We're describing it as child abuse, not ironically.
Yeah, it was.
I feel bad, and I know your mother's listening to this.
She watches
your son, child abuser.
Oh, you've been called out.
He should have been taken from you.
No, you're overdoing it. But she overdid it too. She
overdid it.
Yeah.
What is it called where you file for
emancipation?
Yeah.
You can do it now.
But if they have money when they die, then he's not going to get it. So he's just like, I'll just stay away from them.
No, yeah, it was a lot.
I never got in trouble for doing like random shit like that. Like it was like just like dropping something. I wouldn't get in trouble for that. But it was always like deliberate infractions, you know?
Oh yeah, no. deliberate infractions wasn't really what I recall. You know, like one that's burned into my head right now, and I know you guys are going to think it's overkill to get hit for, but
it is.
I literally spilled milk, like I tipped a glass over. It didn't break or anything. And, you know, of course, that was rough. And then I had to clean it up. But afterwards, I didn't clean the bottom of the glass, so it left a ring. And this is a kitchen counter, like for Micah. Like, it's okay to get liquids on it. And then there was another round of, like, trouble for that. Because I left a ring behind.
When you say another round of trouble,
I don't know that she hit me the second time, but it was like yelling and screaming at me because now there's a ring.
Name call?
I'm not sure. But
when she called you names, what would she go after? Would she call you stupid?
No, I wouldn't say she... Like, it wouldn't be name calling along those. It would be more like, you know... She wouldn't say, like, you're an asshole, right? Like, that would be never something that I would hear. Okay. But you're not working, you're not, you know, meeting expectations, you're not doing this, you're embarrassing me. That kind of stuff is what she would say.
Are your parents Asian?
No.
This sounds like one of the Asian school complexes where it's like, get to the end of exams and it's like, oh no, I'm not gonna pass. Put a pencil at my nose and headbutt the desk. Like, I'm not good enough. Are you the perfect husband? Are you the perfect husband now? Like, does your wife ever have any complaints?
Sure.
Maybe your mother was just trying to mold you into the perfect husband.
No, I'm trying to think. What would my wife's primary? I think she'd say I don't do enough around the house. I've started doing the dishes. She's so happy about that.
That's what the dishwasher does, though, right?
The dishwasher.
Yeah.
That's why you married her.
Is that what you mean by doing the dishes?
It is, yeah. Like I load and empty the dishwasher. No. He says, "Don't we have a cleaner that does that?" No, I load and unload the dishwasher. Maybe that's a better term. We tried to get a quote for a cleaning lady, and it was so expensive. It might have been
really.
I forget if it was $500 a week or $750 a week or something.
Are we like full time?
What?
Right? After I was just like, no. It's not worth it.
I have a guy that comes to my house and it's just like it's once a week and he just does like all the shit that I don't want to do, like the vacuum, mop, like clean the toilet and the shower, and like he does the dishes while he's here, but it's like we obviously have to do the dishes again. But it's just like all the cleaning shit that I can't be fucked doing, and it's like
he makes you catch up.
$80 or something like that.
For $80, I'd be all over that.
Yeah, I've had a couple of cleaning ladies. I've had a couple cleaning ladies, and they were always like really affordable. Like $100 would get the entire house like taken care of, and like she'd just come twice a week, $200, and I mean like everything, like doing all of the laundry, all of the dishes, like mopping and windows and like the bathrooms and everything. And then I had that one cleaning lady who like charged me extra for each condom she had to pick up off the floor, and I was just like, "That's your job." Like you're
look out, Fabio.
If you don't want to pick up used condoms, first of all, you're in the wrong business, and second of all, just tell me, don't charge me $5 a condom or something like that, and then do it and charge me after the fact. We never brought her back because like she's gonna put me in the poorhouse if it's $5 a condom. Like that ain't gonna work.
You don't wear them when you masturbate, dude.
You know that,
right? No, but it's like, you know, if you're having a good session one night, like go through a lot of them. You know, maybe you put the condom on to fuck and then you take it off and she sucks your dick and then condom back on and now we take a piss break and you know we smoke some weed and like a condom off, condom on. And I'm not like reusing condoms or anything. You could easily go through 8 or 10 condoms in a night.
How much is a condom? Like $2?
Like nothing, aren't they? Surely it's like I think it's like $1 of it, like maybe like $4 in Australia, but $2 American for like a pack of 20 or something, wouldn't it?
They're so cheap that I have no idea what they cost. I don't know. I buy like 50 at a time.
Oh, they're about
like
50
that.
cents each.
Oh. Yeah, it's not a big deal.
So you're telling me she was like a $5 sex session?
It was way more than that. It was like a $30 sex session or something like that. That by the time she picked up all the condoms.
And she smoked all your weed as well.
Oh, no,
and then the girl herself charged $200.
Yeah.
Yeah. whenever Taylor gets back, I got some funny AMA questions. But yeah, I'm so sorry for the years of child abuse that you sustained at the hands of your.
But look at me now.
That's your mother.
Just playing video games.
I mean, it was always weird. Like when I went from doing what I did, which I think my parents definitely were like, oh yeah, he's got a good job and stuff like that. When I quit, it was funny because my dad was just like, he was the main one that was just like, do it. And I'm like, are you sure? And he's like, nah, go for it. Working for yourself fucking kicks ass. Like he worked for himself for his entire life. He's like, man, you don't want to work in that shitty job for the rest of your life. You're bored. Like, take a risk and just do it. And my mum was just like, fucking, no, don't do it. You're throwing away a great job and your income and stuff like that. And my brothers and sisters thought I was fucking crazy. So,
do you worry about the lack of security? Like, I know you've got a Twitch contract for 2 years, anymore. But your previous track had you covered till retirement.
Well, yeah, but I probably would have killed myself before then because I hated it so much. So it's, to be honest, I was fucking depressed. So it's like, that's what I said to my wife. She was like, I was like, I want to quit. And she's like, look, I can't deal with you working there because you're just like fucking, like I would come home and I'd take it out on her. I'd be like fucking just be like short with everyone and just be mean to people because I hated the people I worked with. And so she's just like, just quit and be happy. And luckily, like I quit and she finished, she's an accountant. She finished a CPA, which I don't know if you have CPA in America, like certified practicing accountants. Yeah,
yes.
So she finished that and then basically put out a tender to work in another firm, and she got like 6 job offers in a week, and so got a big pay rise, and it just covered the loss. And so I was like fucking set. I was just done. So we worked it out. Like worked out the minimum that I could go to in a month. Like I can't fall below this amount on subs or revenue or whatever. Anything above that is just bonus, and then that's it. So,
you had you went into fitness lately. You were telling me on stream how much you lost. It was an impressive amount, but you didn't use freedom units.
Yeah, it was like 30 pounds. Like
good for you, man.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I'm still like overweight. I mean, I don't even know what it is in pounds, but yeah, I've just been like, I started off doing it on stream though. Like, I called it Jacked Puppy, and we were like, yeah, let's I'll do like push-ups for subs, and like by the end of the first night, I'm pretty sure I tore my rotator cuff because just like, fuck you, kill this fat man. Like,
how many push-ups were you before you were like, this may have been
like. I had to I got to like 100, and then I'm like, oh, I gotta switch to like squats or something like that, and then they were just like caning me. I went for like a good 5 streams, but it fucking hurt. Like the next day, because I hadn't been exercising, I woke up and I felt like I'd had my arms chopped off, and so I was like, yeah, that's not gonna work. So I was just like doing it off stream instead, and it's like, wasn't even that big a change. It was just like, I used to drink like shitloads of beer, and I drank every night, and then I just sort of went, okay, no. Cut out the beer and switch to straight liquor because I love a drink, but not every night, like once a week.
Wait a minute. You lost 30 pounds by switching from beer to liquor? That's the trick?
Well,
it's a lot less calories.
It is a lot less calories.
The food was the bulk of it.
And also you drink a lot less because like scotch is a lot stronger. So you don't know, like if I sit down, okay, I'm Australian, so this is going to sound like I'm like the biggest pisshead in the entire universe. If I sit down, I can drink like, I can drink like 24 cans like in a stream. It's like,
how long of a stream?
Well, that depends how fast I drink them. But I mean, I got banned off Twitch for getting so drunk that I passed out alive on stream. Like I was
so like a beer's 5.5% alcohol if it's like average, and it's like 150 calories. Whereas like a shot of vodka or tequila or whiskey, like those are the lowest caloric alcohols, is like 75 calories, 60, 75,
like 66 or something like that. Is it 100?
Yeah, it's because it's the alcohol that's so caloric.
Yeah,
vodka.
You don't drink as many.
65. And
you don't drink as many though, because like I'll have 24 beers, but I'll only have like 5 scotches.
What are you looking up?
I googled the calories in 1 ounce of vodka.
Oh no, a shot of vodka. So that's 100 calories. Or I was doing it by shots. You're doing it by ounces.
Yeah.
I've never poured it by ounces. I just do a shot if I'm doing that usually.
Okay.
But I don't know. I guess
in any case, it's a lot fewer calories, even if you're drinking vodka versus beer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because it's just liquid bread.
But I sort of base that because like when I was like 21, I moved out of home and I used to drink a lot of beer before then, like from like because our drinking age is 18 here, so obviously I was a well-versed alcoholic by the time I was 14, and so we're like I moved out of home at 21 and I'd basically just like been drinking beer like nonstop. And I moved out of home and I just started smoking a heap of weed and stopped drinking beer. And I ended up being like super skinny. And so I was like, okay, well, I guess it's the beer. And then I started drinking beer again when I got my wife, poor her. Now I'm a fat cunt and she's stuck with me. And then, so I was like, well, I'll cut out the beer and obviously like change the diet as well. And then just trying to walk as much as possible, like trying to get like 30 minutes of like cardio a day and do like he was only doing like just doing like 25 push-ups and like 25 sit-ups and 25 squats a day because I used to like I swear I've been on like so many of the kicks and stuff like that where it's like oh yeah, go for it, like do a trillion and stuff like that, and then I just end up like hating it because I'm sore. So I'm just like I'm going at it in this like really just like methodical, super low impact way because I have a bad back as well. I have like these like I can't remember what it's called. It's like osteoarthritis runs in my family, but I have these like bone spurs in my back that push into the sciatic nerve. Like if I try and go do deadlifts, like I'll literally be a fucking cripple for like 3 weeks. Like and I'll be like so loaded up on like endone that I won't shit for like a month. So it's like just fucking like that's how I got banned because I was so loaded up on Valium and endone that I had like fucking 10 beers and then I was just like
well, you can't combine alcohol with those medications.
Well, yeah.
Turns out you can, Kyle.
That's what they say.
That's what it says on the bottle.
That's really
Taylor, how much can you squat?
Both bottles, by the way. Like you're looking at the bottle of beer, you're looking at the bottle of pills. They're both like, "Don't do it," and you're just like, "I own you."
Yeah.
How much do you squat, Taylor? Is it strong? Is it a lot?
I haven't done it in quite a while.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not one of my stronger lifts, and
Me
also
neither.
like, I think I have like a meniscus problem because a lot of stuff that I do, like even like weighted lunges and stuff, like I feel like that's a little more straightforward on my knees. But like, I ever since like I popped something in my right knee like many months ago, I've been very hesitant to load up a ton of lower weight stuff again.
Okay,
we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know the point of going super heavy anyway. Like,
Yeah.
you're not an athlete.
That's why it
feel
seems
like
to be higher reps to get, the results you actually want. You're not training to be the mountain where you need to squat.
But we're all going to the same place. Like we just want like cheese grater abs that a hooker's gonna lick cocaine off, right? Like that
is the goal.
Is the goal. Like
Yeah.
That's true.
so like lighter with more reps would seem to be the guy.
Oh, you're not gonna burn any calories lifting weights anyway. That's a terrible like aerobic exercise.
But you do building muscle mass burns calories though.
So
Like,
much less than you think. Like a pound of muscle, like a pound of lean muscle is burning like 60
like
more
5.
calories a day or something. Like it's like nothing.
Oh.
It's like nothing. Like and it if you worked out for a year and gained 2 or 3 pounds of muscle, like it's just a negligible difference. It's the difference between like one soft drink that you're now allowed to drink because you packed on like a noticeable amount of muscle over the course of a year.
One small Sprite you can now have for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like you obviously have to do it though, because you want to like if you're gonna go and run like a mile or whatever, how many miles you want to run, like you obviously have to strengthen your legs and your tendons and stuff like that. Otherwise, you're gonna be like your cardiovascular fitness is gonna advance quicker than your tendon strength, and you're just gonna end up with like shin splints and fuck knees. So it's like that was my problem. Like I've been like I'd go and run, and then like the first day I'd run like 5K, and I'd be like dying. I'd be like coughing up a lung, and then I'd just like wake up the next day and I feel like I'd been shot in the fucking leg. So it's like, I give up. And then
running's a terrible way to get cardio. I think the elliptical machine might be the safest thing there is.
Yeah, better for your knees, your joints.
Better for everything.
I like the exercise bike personally, because I sit there and watch YouTube and just like fucking I don't even notice that I'm sort of exercising. Like I just cane for like 10Ks on the exercise bike, and then it's done. You know?
Yeah, I hate exercise bikes.
Yeah,
I don't mind them.
I think it may be like not the best for my knees though, because it's like I can feel them clicking sometimes, and I'm like,
I have an AMA.
But
I have a couple AMA questions here. If any of you listeners would like to submit AMA questions to us, it's $10 a month over on the Patreon. It's the same level as getting PKN the moment we upload it. Lately, we've been doing PKN on Mondays, so you get it super early.
Almost.
I've got a couple here. It's almost hard to pick one, but this is a good one. Can you do a sex toy starter pack? We've done first guns that you should buy. How about first sex toys we should buy?
Sibian. Begin strong. $4,000 for a seat. It's going to take up a lot of room in your house.
A fleshlight, but not just a fleshlight. It's got to be the kind that goes from boob to thigh.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I bought a Sibian a couple weeks ago. It was $1,000, and it was worth every penny.
It's just for girls, right? I've never seen a guy use it.
Yeah, I've never seen a guy use it. I don't know.
I assume you could sit on it and jack your dick if you wanted to.
I'm sure you could. I'm sure you could.
I've never found the vibrating stimulus on the donga to be that interesting.
The donga. No, it's very fun to operate though, because it's got like not only like the most intense vibration you can possibly imagine, but like the toy also does this like twirly thing and you got like two knobs, one for twirly speed and one for like crazy vibration speed, and it's loud. At first it's just like whoa, but when you turn it up, it's just like it sounds like a gasoline powered lawnmower in this room. It's hilarious.
So do you have a long term partner that you're like using this on, or is this just for like anyone who wants to have a ride and it's got a bit of glad wrap to put over it? Like,
yes.
I was thinking about
that is not a starter. That is not a starter sex toy. That's like if we're doing the gun comparison, that's your 50 cal sniper rifle, right? That's the last gun you purchase.
Yeah. So
what's your Glock of sex toys?
I think the Glock of sex toys is a magic wand with speed control.
Now take a pause here. A magic wand exactly like the one by Hitachi that plugs into the wall, or like a Domi or something magic wand like?
So I prefer one that plugs into the wall, because I just run an extension cord to the bed. I've got an extension cord right there. So I multiple sockets. So
outdoor power cord with the 6 heads on it. Sure.
Exactly, the one that like spans out like you would have in any workshop. And it serves.
I actually prefer the hibachi magic wand.
The hibachi magic wand.
It tells bad jokes and throws food at you.
Yeah, you can throw the egg up and you crack it.
Catches it in these ass cheeks. It's a different time.
I like the Domi, but it's less spontaneous. The Domi
things look like violent.
What was that?
Those Hitachi things. I have one of those in my house. I brought it for my wife, and I turned it on, and she goes to me, "That is never going near my genitals. It looks like a fucking jackhammer." Like it. There's a video of me somewhere on Twitter of me with it on my head vibrating it, and it sounds like it's gonna crack my skull. It's like
you need the speed control.
I'm well aware of that, but it looks like it actually would sand her clit off. Like
did you get this? Take a pause here, rookie. Did you get the speed control?
Yeah. No, there's the speed control on it, but even on the lowest setting, it looks like it's like
Kyle knows. I can see that Kyle knows what I know and you don't. Yeah, there is a dial that goes in between the magic wand and the wall, and it reduces.
Yeah.
Maybe it works with it works with the magical fairies.
A light dimmer. If you really want.
Yeah,
that's what a potentiometer is. Yeah, but like so it just decreases the amount of voltage that's going to it.
Exactly, and now you've got you have all the speed. It basically can be barely on to, and then of course the full is what it would be if it plugged into the wall.
Like 240 volts to mine. Took an old arc welder. And,
I've got 3-phase power in my house. So
So now I know you got to put a potentiometer between the Hitachi and the wall. Yeah.
But this thing, like even like the lowest setting, I reckon it could work out like a knot in a rhinoceros' back. Like it's fucked.
No, that's a new word for me.
Well, then it can definitely get her to come, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think that is the Glock of sex toys.
Here's why. Can I jump on that? Here's why.
Do, because I know you're a fan.
There may be positions that aren't her favorite position, but when you add this to the mix, every position is her favorite position. So it can be right. Maybe you want to hit it spoon or something, and she's like, that never works for me. Well, with the wand, it does. So carry on.
And there are attachments for the wand. So the end of the wand is kind of like this bulb that's almost like I might imagine my fist is that. There are these attachments that cup onto that.
Yeah, the jack off.
And then off. Oh, there is the jack off one. I don't have one of those. I'm not interested in that.
It doesn't look pleasant. It looks.
I have one. Not cool.
Thank you. You saved me $8.
Hold on. I know you're the thing. The jack off thing that goes on the bulb. I read on the internet that it was amazing. I read on the internet that it sucked the orgasm out of him against his will and wouldn't stop until he removed it. And I was like, click.
He's like, I am still coming to this day.
But
I can't get out of my house.
But that wasn't my experience. I thought it was stupid.
So there's a couple of attachments you can get that like cup onto the bulb, and then they sort of have like G-spot manipulation where it's like this like lazy L-shaped insertable thing. And what the bonus of that is that like not only is at the angle that it goes into the vagina, then the bulb that's of the Hitachi actually goes like on the clit. So it's like this perfect sex toy where you can like move it up and down or back and forth or in and out and like do all sorts of advanced techniques with it. So I think the Hitachi is the Glock of sex toys. Other than that, things like rabbit dildos that have both clitoral and penetrative stimulation.
The womanizer things. Have you ever seen those? The womanizer things. They're like the suction like clit stimulator things. They're like super popular now, and they're just like they look like it's like the top of a bottle, but essentially it's just like a clit stimulator. I think that.
Oh, I don't have this, but I've seen it.
So you just place this little hole over the clit and press the plus.
But that's just something you can use. Like it's like the Hitachi, but it's not as like. Like the Hitachi could look intimidating. Like if you like brought a girl home and you were just like, "How about this?" She's just like, "What the fuck is that?"
Yeah, I mean, this just looks like.
I wouldn't bring a girl like that home.
I've never like any girl who's just like, "Ooh, no, not a sex toy." It's just like, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? It's like that girl that I brought back to my hotel room that time that was like that I got off of Facebook, and like she gets into bed with me, and I start to like do stuff to her, and she's like, "Oh, I was just here to hang out," and I'm like, "Bitch, what did you think I was here for? Are you insane?
You think I want your company?"
You thought that I invited you here off of my Facebook fan page because I wanted to get to know a girl with a lip ring tonight.
Nah, dude, guys, I can't hang out with the bros tonight. There's this girl I'm going up to the hotel with, tells the funniest stories. Just busting the gut the whole time.
Like, you brought a bottle of OJ and a bottle of vodka with you. You thought we were just gonna shoot the shit? Like of course I'm here to fuck you.
Of course.
Get out! You have wasted my time. Yeah. like that's literally the only time I've ever met a girl, and she was like,
surely you're in the Facebook chat message, just be like, yeah, come around, fucking massive 10,000 winky faces, tongues poked out, like you can't get any more obvious. Like, you're not really gonna be like, yeah, come around and I'll fucking smash your guts in. Let's go.
I just thought it was very obvious, like what we were agreeing to, like when if I put myself in the shoes of a young lady, when like a man invites me to her hotel room at 10 o'clock at night and we're drinking alcohol in bed, we're not there for like the next thing that happens is not like a game of Go Fish or like
everybody knows this.
Yeah. I was
like the most common knowledge on the planet.
All of you guys speak a language.
As much as I was just like confused at her stupidity.
I'm that stupid.
Or maybe she just got there and decided she didn't want to fuck me. That's possible too.
That's probable.
No, it's not.
She saw your dick and was just like, nah.
She never saw my dick though. That's the thing. Like we didn't even get to that. Like it was just like
Have you got like a third people or something that turned her off? Or you just...
I thought things were going well, but you never know. Like for all I know, she shit her pants and I didn't notice it, and she was embarrassed. Like you never know what like actually happened or went down.
Maybe she was on a period. She's like,
she might have immediately gotten her period like in that moment. For all I know,
she might have been on it, just being like, oh no, I don't want to, because she doesn't like, fucking on the rag.
I wouldn't have wanted to fuck her if she's on her period either. But yeah, as far as the sex toys go,
she could have given you some courtesy head. That was rude of her.
That was rude of her. Dumb bitch. And so Hitachi One's your Glock. In my opinion, the rabbit, like they make tons of them, but like a nice soft rabbit that's got like the clitoral stimulation, lots of speeds, and maybe some sort of like ball bearing spinny thing on the insertable part. Is kind of like your AR-15. Maybe it can really get the job done. Lots of different jobs. And after that, like you're getting into like more kinky stuff like butt plugs and like.
What about for the boys?
Oh, that's what a girlfriend like just get a like. Use your hand or
guys, like if I brought a sex toy for myself off the internet, I'd feel like a fucking weirdo.
No, I've bought sex toys. I own sex toys that are for me. I just don't use them because it's like inconvenient. It's like 3% better than using my hand. And
like elaborately more messy wank. Like you have to lube up and like do or like and
there's cleanup.
There's a cleanup with the wank. It's just like I'm done. And then you just roll over and fall asleep.
Can you imagine owning a sex doll? Like one of those big fucking sex dolls?
I think sex dolls...
Taylor went, no. As he looks over his shoulder at what is almost certainly his sex doll.
Punching and filling with sand, I'm actually pummeling it. After every string, there's just a big pussy carved into the back.
The decapitated, amputee sex dolls, I think, are just as yucky as the full-fledged sex dolls.
Have you seen the ones that are like a
just a torso?
But it's like a foot with a vagina on the bottom of it?
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen that. Sure.
It's like I saw that and I was like, "Fucking humanity is lost." Like that's the end. Like,
I just want a big earlobe to fuck. Like that's the toy I want. I just want it to be like an oversized ear that I can fuck the canal of.
Like a gauged ear look.
straight
Yeah.
into the.
I want to make that. Can you hear me now? Joke every time I get it out. Like.
Circle back to me when you see a large man's belly button for that I could buy.
Ooh. So staying on the topic of like sex and sex toys and that sort of thing, this guy asks, would it be a bad idea to lose my virginity in a Vegas brothel or a prostitute in general? I'm in my early 20s. Now I know my answer. Would someone else like to go first?
Slush?
Well, I'll tell you, you fucking wouldn't do it in Vegas because all of them are illegal. Illegal. You need to go to Pahrump.
No, just outside Vegas. They're legal.
Get the it's like an hour drive. Seems like a long way to fucking have sex.
A long way to lose your virginity? He's been working on this task for 22 years. An hour is not a big problem.
But it's like
look, an hour is going to pass either way. You might as well be fucking on the other side of it.
I've said that so many times. like every time I drove to Florida or to like North Carolina to fuck a girl, before I made that 5-hour drive, I'd be like, 5 hours is going to go by one way or another. I love driving in my car. It's either this or watch 8 episodes of The Simpsons. It's this. It's this.
It's like freaking portable DVD player. Do both.
Damn. High IQ.
That's what made me the man I am today, Taylor.
You get a car with a TV tuner in it. You just cruise along the highway, watch The Simpsons.
DVD, just roll a DVD in there. So my advice is do it. Get it out of your system. Get it over with. Maybe it'll be. I think maybe it'll be easier for you to like find a girl that you don't have to pay once you've kind of like gotten over maybe the mental hurdle of just like fucking the first girl.
I don't think hurdle's huge. Yeah. And once he'll realize that it's not some mystic garden that everybody else has access to and he doesn't, and he's on the outs. It'll be like, I at least know what I'm doing, kinda.
Yeah, you're paying for pussy one way or another. Everyone is.
True. You'll just be doing it cash only.
You'll be getting it cheap.
Yeah. The only difference is you'll have a receipt.
For all he knows, well, I mean, Woody's got kids. For all he knows, the rest of us are virgins. I mean, we fucking. We haven't got a receipt.
I have receipts.
I'm torn on it. I feel like pushing that decision back to him. You know, like it. Look, if you want your first time to be special in someone you love and someone you'll always wonder how she's doing now and stuff, that's not the worst thing. You know, like it.
Nah, don't fuck that bitch.
Really?
You know what? Give yourself. I say he gives himself a time limit. Be like, these next 3 months, are gonna be the best version of me. I'm gonna get out there. I'm gonna get some pussy. It's gonna go great. It's gonna be tremendous. Gets to the end of that 3 months, and you're honest, and you say, I did give it my all. Nothing's panning out. Then go to Vegas. That'll put an end cap on your stress. I like that. And also, it'll give you even more confidence if you're able to get this done before you have to go pay for it. Not just more confidence.
What this will give you, while you're trying to get free, quote unquote, pussy for the next 3 months, be saving a little cash up. Because when you go out there, don't fuck a $300 hooker. Get yourself a $1,200 hooker. There's a big difference.
Yeah.
$900.
$900 is exactly. Yeah, literally 900, but also in quality.
What is it? Why don't you just get on Tinder and then just put "I'm a virgin" on there? I think you'd be surprised how many girls would be like, "Fuck yeah."
Yeah, it doesn't work. No one believed it. They're like, "You're 45." Yeah, I know. Okay, I'm kind of lying about my age.
Yeah, so I say do it. And do it. Yeah, absolutely do it. Because I don't want to be mean about this, but maybe there's a reason you haven't gotten laid and you're 22. Like maybe you're not the greatest looking guy, or maybe what I've noticed in my dealing, I've met a lot of people because of what I've been doing the last 10 years. I've ended up meeting a lot of people, more people than I would have ever met if I weren't doing stuff on the internet. And what I found is that people who have severe personality disorders have no idea that they have severe personality disorders. I meet there's a couple guys in the $50 patron that I'm perfectly kind to them all the time, but every time they leave, I'm like, wow, you think that guy knows? The answer is no. He has no idea that he is barely a functional human being. And you might be that guy, no offense. Maybe you are just maybe you have a severe personality disorder. Maybe you are weird as fuck to be around.
I hate a fucker that interrupts too much.
Or he might be shy and isn't putting himself out there, because that seems to be another very common situation. Hopefully.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about.
I was talking about me. There was a self-deprecating joke, is what I was going for.
Oh, I thought I was thinking of which $50 patron got interrupted.
I thought you instantly knew I was joking about me.
No, I just know that there was a $50 patron that interrupted you one too many times, and you got all red faced and screamed at him.
I don't think my face was that red.
You were fighting mad.
Red now talking about it.
No, the one I'm thinking. The guy that I thought I went harsh on was the one that was being mean to me when I had a broken leg. He said I was too old and that I would never heal, and it hurt.
That's not
it
cool.
Hurt my feelings.
Being too old and you'd never heal.
Yeah,
it's not even a slur or something. It's just mean.
Yeah, people don't that guy has a bit of a personality disorder. When people can't understand the difference between friendly joking and just really being a scummy piece of shit about a sensitive subject. I banned somebody the other day and he sent me this whole thing and he was just hey, all I said was this, and that. And I'm like, yeah, you said this. And then 10 minutes later you said that. And then I keep getting reports about you from different people complaining about you, saying that you've said this. You attacked 2 different mods in a week and you attacked a third today. And then you said 3 insulting things to me. And I wasn't even having a conversation with you. You were just interjecting into a conversation with somebody else. You're gone. You're gone.
They just
personality disorder.
It's just the reading of subtle social cues. Some people just incapable of it, and they just think that I think they just look in and then just see someone go,
oh, look at that little dog. Oh, that's a cute little fucker. Dude.
Fellas, come here.
Look at this cute little fucker. Oh, this makes your dog like a piece of shit, Taylor.
Jesus Christ.
You prick.
That,
I got half a mind to go get Teddy right now.
Look at this motherfucker. Look at him. He's posing for the camera.
Taylor, get Teddy. I think we're going to have a dog off.
Oh, yeah, he's is he 11? I think 11.
Hold on.
We just go.
I can't compete with an 11-week-old. Jesus. I want to get I'm going to get my dog though. One moment.
That dog's cute as fuck.
Yeah, he's a Scottish Terrier.
Yeah. Oh, he's a good boy. I don't have any dogs right now, but I love dogs.
That biting stage where he's just like teething on everything, and so
look at this ugly piece of shit.
Oh, that's super cute.
like look at the difference in personality. Like right off the bat, like
a bit older though.
Like Slush's dog is like, hey guys, I'm on camera. Look at me. I'm an internet celebrity pupper. I got 18,000 Instagram followers. Your dog is like, Taylor's dog is like, I don't want to be here. Could you please put me down on the ground, please? Please, I just want to go piss in the corner.
My dad and brother just got over here to pick something up or drop something off.
It is very bright in this room.
It's too bright in the room.
It's very bright in here, and I don't care for it. Please put me down. And Woody's dog is just a monster.
He's a good boy.
He seems like a real good boy. He just can't compare with the cuteness of the thing Slush has.
Is he a Doberman? Yours, Woody?
He's a Great Dane.
Great Dane. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. We were like, do we want to get a big dog? And then we're like, we couldn't find. We were like, we got 3 cats, and we sort of didn't want like a big dog, like chase around the cats. And then we were like, oh fuck it, we got a small dog, and then we couldn't find any small dogs that we like, so we ended up having to get. My wife found on the internet, she's like, oh, Scottish Terriers have like really good personalities, and they're all like yappy dogs. They're like quiet and stuff like that. And so I ended up paying like fucking $4,000 for this fucking dog.
That's expensive.
Flown in from another state, and I'm just like, my wife ordered it, and she's like, oh, I paid the deposit, and I'm like, yeah, how much else do we have to pay? And she's like, oh, another fucking $4,000, and I'm like, are you fucking paying for this, cunt?
I was filming for this TV show, and we went to this attack dog training place in Kentucky, I think, where they train like Belgian Malinois for the military and for police departments. And they're like, if you don't know, they're like a medium-sized German Shepherd. Yeah, it's an attack dog. They're bad motherfuckers.
I actually saw that. I saw those at SHOT Show. They were putting them on demo, I think, the same place that you're talking about. They're like attacking. The dude had like a crotch plate, and they were like attacking. It was fucking funny.
Yeah, and that guy, like watching that guy demo his personal dog, Samson, like convinced me to buy a $2,500 fucking Belgian Mal that ended up hating me. To this day, it hates me.
Is it almost dead yet?
He's fine, you know. I don't know. He's like 8 or something, 9 or something years old, something like that. You know,
this dog.
He's a little gray around his mouth, but like I wouldn't want to take him on. You know, the last time he and I were in a free space where he was not restrained, he bit me.
Is he with Kitty now?
Huh? Oh, he's with Kitty. Yeah,
dude. My favorite angle of this story is Kitty wanted to have him neutered. Right? Is neutered for boys?
Yeah.
And Kyle didn't. But he hated Kyle. And it's like, you asshole. The only thing between you and your femininity is me. Me. I stood up for that set of testicles of yours. I'm done. He's neutered now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, fucking he deserves it.
I'd have killed that dog. If Kitty didn't love that dog, if that were just my dog, I'd have killed that dog. I'd have just killed him.
If it viciously like attacked you, then
yeah, it did viciously.
That is the nature of its attacks. Yeah,
it bit me on the calf and like drew blood and caused a huge bruise. Now, if it wanted to, it could have literally torn my calf off of my body, but it was biting me in an aggressive, like warning kind of way, because it sees me as an enemy, an intruder in any circumstance whatsoever.
How long ago was this?
He bit me about 3 years ago.
So you've just been
And the
avoiding.
thing is,
No, I was avoiding him for years before that.
Who's Kitty? I don't know who Kitty is.
Longtime friend of mine, like business manager. She done ad sales for me for a long time, and all sorts of other stuff.
Yeah, okay, go. Yeah.
You were talking about protecting your dog's nutsack with the neutering thing. So I don't even know how you messed this up. I have 2 dogs, and Fozzie, they removed both testicles, got it taken care of. Teddy, every once in a while, you just see a testicle in there. They didn't get rid of it.
They don't actually remove them. They snip the thingos and then they just shrink into.
Well, then they failed because he's still getting the puppy boners sometimes.
They clearly removed them here.
Yeah. It's like you look at Fozzie's and it's like totally flat, and then you look at Teddy's and every once in a while it's like there's a testicle right there. How do you go in, charge us $500 to remove these, and then you just give them back to $500? Yeah, they
charge by the pound. How could it possibly cost that much?
I didn't pay for it.
Okay,
I have no idea. That's just she told me.
Who paid for it?
Girlfriend. She took him there.
Yeah, she got taken for a ride.
Well, wait a minute.
I wouldn't have minded if they did the job. Apparently,
this is like a $100 thing.
I don't. Maybe I'm misremembering the price. I didn't go, but I do know that just earlier today, I saw a little Teddy laying on his back wanting pets. The one you just saw, and you could see a little ball where his nuts clearly still are, and his the little purple tip of his penis was coming out.
Hold him up to the camera.
Maybe it's just like his nutsack though, because they leave the nutsack there. Because I thought it was just they snipped it like they do with like humans, but the
it's not the sack. You can feel it. It's in there.
You can feel it.
Maybe I hooked it.
You can get your dog neutered at Petco for $10, Taylor.
Wait, you can?
And I must be misremembering the amount she said, because I fucking hope so. If that's the case.
Are you sure that's a dog Like it. Is that something?
No, that's iguana neutering service.
You take him to the zoo and the tiger guy did it.
$500. You can get a human neutered for that.
I'm sorry. To get a cat neutered is 10. Dogs are 20.
Speaking of neutering, I went and recently had a vasectomy, and I don't want to have kids, and I've never wanted kids, and my wife has never wanted kids. We've been together for like 10 years.
Nice.
And I was like, I went into this. This was like the most laid back thing ever. I was like, I don't know how dogs could hate this. I went in there. They gave me some ice cream. I just sat down. I fell asleep, and then they came and woke me up to anesthetize me for this thing because I was just like chilling out. And then I just woke up, and then I was just numb from the waist down, and then I just came back and streamed for 12 hours, like the same day.
You didn't have to ice it or anything?
No.
How much pain was there post-op?
It felt like you know when you get kicked in the balls. It's like it's sort of like if you shift and you sort of like catch it on your leg or something. It's like being kicked in the balls. So it's like you just have to be gentle, not like touching, like not like.
How long before you could have sex again?
I think it was. He said 14 days. I didn't follow his recommendations.
This is good news. This is good news.
You're a good man.
Yeah.
I respect that.
I think on the third day, I sent a message to my wife, and I woke up and I'm like, "Oh, good news! I got wood. It still works." She's like, "Hey, yeah." It's like I didn't cut the cord, but it was like, you know how in Australia it cost me $77. How much it cost to get it done?
Wow, it's probably more than that here. Probably.
Yeah, I would guess more.
Like,
it would be cheaper for me to fly to Australia and get a vasectomy than to get a vasectomy here.
How much is it here? Did you look at it?
No, but it's more than $77. And a ticket to Australia is probably like $2,000.
I don't even that. I think it's like fucking $900 to fly to Australia. It's not even that much.
Yeah, if you want to stop like 2 times and have the whole thing taking 50 hours, I'm sure it is.
It's actually I looked it up, about the same price, about $1,000 here. And at the plane ticket's $99 plus $77 for the vasectomy. $33 profit.
Yeah, but this way I get to see Australia.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, they won't let me in. It's okay. It's a no-go.
I thought that's what they were founded on.
Have you
I think they would let criminals just roll in there regardless. Like you would have to be a criminal to come.
That's my family is convict stock. They're like full on criminals.
That's the statue outside of Australia. Give us your arsons, your murderers, your lawyers. Your lawyers. Yeah.
You loiterers.
Like unarmed combat, like the Purge, but we don't have any guns, so we just all beat the fuck out of each other with our fists. That's how it works.
Eventually, you guys will get your guns back.
I have guns. Like we have, all of my mates have guns. Like everyone's always like, "Oh, Australia doesn't have any." Like, but everyone I know has guns. It's just
how do they get it?
Well, they're legal. You can purchase firearms. It's just that you need to get a license before doing it. So it's basically like the license. I'll say you need a gun license, and Americans are like, "What?" But it's essentially just a pre-background check. So you just go, and once you get the license, that counts as a background check. And then every thanks, mate. Every time you want to go and get a gun, you just rock up and just get one. And it's the same as America. So it's like, it's just that they've never tried. So they don't actually, they just see the law as like obfuscated, and they see it as difficult to get a firearm, and so they're like, no, you can't, no one can have them. And it's like, man, like all of my mates have got like multiple, like 10, 20 guns easily.
Can you get fun guns like AR-15s and
yeah. So the main thing is, it's like you need to have a reason that they call like a legitimate reason. But it's like if you own like farmland and you need to like varmint hunt to like get rid of rabbits, you just get an AR-15, but no one uses it for that. Like people just go and fucking blast off AR-15s for fun. And
which reason did you use? That one?
Well, so mine don't sit. Those ones don't sit under me because they're with my. What are you doing? Sorry. I was getting attacked by the dog. So those ones don't sit with me. They sit with other people that have massive amounts of land and then have what's called a primary producer's license, which is like for shooting for people that are like farmers and stuff like that. And so they have all those under their name. And then for me, I just have like targeted sports guns. So I have like a 12 gauge and a 22 Magnum just for varmint hunting and skeet shooting. And taking like I get pistols, you get everything that you want. You can get a 50 cal if you want to. It's just like people don't actually care to look into it. It's pretty easy.
Yeah, you can get a license here for a fully auto gun, but and I think it's also like kind of easy, but it's expensive. And of course, it's expensive to shoot. You can spend more in ammo than a non-shooter might guess, but it's also like every year you have to pay. Kyle would probably know how much it is, but it might be 4 digits. Like it's a lot.
Yeah, fuck. So like when they did the weapons ban in Australia, I'm pretty sure that everyone just like was like, oh, I lost my AK, because like it's always like, oh yeah, no, they all got handed in, but like there's no fucking way they did. Like
I'm torn. Like I had a bump stock, and then Trump made bump stocks illegal, and at the time Kyle was going through legal problems. His guns were all legal, but I guess he got in trouble, and then suddenly even his legal guns caused him extra trouble because they acted like the guns were related to the marijuana somehow. And I was like, this
like if you have that license, is it so that from what I understand it's FFL, like production and manufacturing, to own firearms, it opens you up to like be tried under federal crimes that would usually be state crimes, from what I understand.
That sounds pretty close. That could be it. But anyway, I heard
about that before. They're like, I can get it, but it also gives the whatever the fuck you call them, the tobacco and firearms guys, the ability to just come and storm into your house whenever they want without a warrant. So people are like, I don't want that. So.
Yeah, so I just got rid of my bump stock because I don't need the trouble. Yeah, you're right. Like I didn't want to lie about it, because what happens if they come in here for some reason, right? What if I just get swatted? I don't know, and then that leads to a search, and then a bump stock turns up. I'm like, just fucking owning illegal guns. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let someone else.
I have heard of people owning them before. I don't own any myself. Obviously, like all my firearms are registered. I just I don't think it's like that hard. Like if people really want to get them, it seems as though it's pretty trivial, to be honest.
I would bet.
even the modification of like I have a what we call in Australia like a straight pull shotgun, which is under like an easier category to get than a pump action, but it is just essentially a pump action shotgun. And you could modify that to be a pump action, but it's easier to shoot than a pump action. So I don't know why I'd modify it. And I'm sure you could, with the, if you really, really wanted to, you could probably put like a gas impingement system on it and make it into a semi-auto. But then it's like,
what's a straight pull shotgun? I've never heard of that.
I'm not familiar with that either.
So it's like, you know how you have the charging handle on like a Benelli M3? It's like, instead of when you shoot it, it doesn't cycle. So you shoot it and then you cycle it yourself. But it's like, so it's essentially a pump action. It's just exactly the same thing, but it's called a straight pull because the action isn't a pump on the front. It's just the same as
like a bolt action shotgun. You have to
I
come
think
up
the AR-15.
But it's not a bolt. It's just it's straight pull. Like
it's very similar to a bolt. It just doesn't go up, right? Maybe
well, you just pull it straight back and then you let it go, and then it's ready to fire again. So it's like a spring-loaded bolt action.
What is it called on an AR-15? A charging handle, I think. Yeah. So it's like a charging handle, right? You shoot and then you manually.
Yeah. I was looking at. I designed an AR-15 that we were going to produce and try to sell in Australia once. That was a pump action AR-15 to get around the semi-automatic stuff.
Pump action AR.
Yeah.
You could do. There are straight pull. Essentially a pump action AR-15s in Australia. You can get really easy, but I think like a lot of the time, like the extra amount of effort that it would require and money it would take to purchase that is not worth it when you could just get a bolt action. And most people, their family have owned bolt actions that are perfectly functional and they just continue to use them from like the 70s, so they just don't care. So I think that's the main part of it. Like everyone just has family guns down, and like some cunts come home from Vietnam with an SLR, and they're just like it's just sitting around the house, and they just don't care about it. So it's like, they take it out and shoot it once everyone's drunk or some shit like that, and then they just put it away, and it doesn't see the light of day for the next 4 years.
So a lot of guns seem to be.
Got another AMA question here. Kyle, what's your advice on finding women who are really into weird sex stuff? I am a kinky gentleman myself and would like to find women who have that tablespoon of crazy. Fetlife, Fetlife, Fetlife.com.
Would have helped if you would have told us what he's into.
It doesn't matter. Fetlife will cover it.
I believe you, but it matters to me.
Yeah. It would have been a bit more entertaining to know exactly what's wrong with you.
I have to make an account. You can just browse around this site. I have to make an account.
Yeah, you gotta make an account. You looky Lou.
Yeah, looky Lou.
9.5 million members. You're right. There's going to be something here for everyone.
Something there for everyone.
I hope bug chasers are covered.
When you fill out your profile, there's like every night, like you're filling out your profile. I'll have to Google some of the kinks to be like, I don't know if I'm into that or not. Let me see.
Dude,
I don't know what that is.
Turns out, check.
Look at the gender options.
Like acronyms, aren't they? They're super long like acronyms, and I read them and then I'm just like, what the fuck that is? Like, how the hell am I supposed to know what this shit is? Like, I need like an acronym, I need like a fucking Scrabble dictionary for doing weird shit to your dick. Like,
dude, listen to like it's nickname, gender. You can pick male, female, non-binary, gender queer, gender fluid, transgender, trans male to female, trans female to male, cross-dresser, transvestite, intersex, femme, butch, or if none of that is okay, it's not applicable. Yeah. Sexual orientation.
Wait. Back on that one. Yeah. Taylor, you can't choose male. What's your second choice?
Butch.
Yeah, Butch. Isn't Butch like a I don't know, Harley riding lesbian? Is that
whatever I want it to be, because that's what I
identify. Rude of me to say.
That's what he identifies as. He identifies as a Harley riding lesbian. He's looking for other ladies like himself.
This one you got. Go ahead. No,
never mind. It's all good. I'd definitely choose Butch though. I think.
Yeah, that's the better one.
Is there power bottom?
That's not in. That's gender. Sexual that is a later one. I'll tell you. This one's just sexual orientation. You can be straight, heteroflexible, bisexual, homo flexible, gay, lesbian, dyke, queer, pansexual, demisexual, asexual. What are you doing here?
Right.
Fluctuating / evolving. So like if you're like a level 35 Charmeleon and you know you're about to be a Charizard, like with another fight or two, that's what you want to select. And then unsure or not applicable.
Some of those seem like they overlap.
Yeah. So bisexual seems like that would be the same as hetero-flexible or homo-flexible, because doesn't bisexual just mean you're cool with whatever?
I think that bisexual would mean that you equally are attracted to both men and women, regardless of your own of what sex you identify as. However, hetero-flexible would mean that you're primarily, if you identify as a man, into women, but you are flexible a little bit on that. And the same thing is true for homo flexible. It would be that you are a man who is attracted to men primarily, but you are a little flexible on that. Maybe
Do you know what demisexual means?
Demisexual is a new one for me, my friend.
Okay, it says, I just looked it up. Demisexuality is an orientation where people only experience sexual attraction to folks that they have a close emotional connection with.
Oh,
Cool.
What? Oh, so you like attention. Yeah. All right, I get it. And they have role here. Role is a dominant, dom, like DOMME, switch.
Wait, dominant and dom is two different things?
It's a gender.
I would imagine that dom with the ME at the end is female, and dominant is the male.
Oh, it's an ME. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then there's switch.
The French pronunciation, yeah.
Dom.
Dom. And then there's switch, which means you know, dealer's choice. This guy can do anything. Submissive. Funny enough, that's the only one in the category that's not capitalized. So even that's submissive.
Well played.
There's master, there's mistress, there's slave, there's Kajira, and there's Kajirus. And then there's top bottom, sadist, masochist, sadomasochist, and disciplinarian. So like if you're all about grammar.
There was one I didn't understand. What was the one towards the end? Yeah. What is that?
It's Kajira and Kajirus.
That's what I'm thinking of. Godzilla. Kojira.
Yeah. If you want to fuck Godzilla's daughter, then you click that one.
Like in the first Godzilla movie, where they're interviewing the last survivor from the fishing boat, and he's got radiation. Water. He's got radiation poisoning. They're holding the lighter. He just goes, Gojira.
Okay, I don't know what this means, but I typed in Kajirus and it says the phrase "lo Kajirus" is said to mean "I am a slave boy." Silk slaves are generally despised by free men on Gore, and their type of slavery is often considered to be rather unnatural.
You did better than me because I read Kojura. It's a suburb of southern Sydney in the state of New South Wales, Australia.
It's Kajira, and this says for female slave or slave girl in John Newman Gore's novel. Or in John Norman's Gore novel. So this is all about a novel series, and it gets a whole section in the role.
Wow.
That must be popular.
So it's like a Gore novel. Are you saying that like this is someone?
I hope it's not Gore.
Submissive to the point where you're like trying to.
So like Gore is this fantasy planet where there are slave boys and slave girls, and a lot of people like. I assume this is an entire book about sexual slaves.
Well.
I thought you meant Gore as in like Gore as like I want to be a slave and then chop my toes off with like a fucking gun.
Exactly.
No, these people aren't.
I want to be a slave and I want it to be messy.
Yeah,
slave.
Like a proper Egyptian slave. Like they cut my hands off and like I'm like fucking still pushing stone blocks. Like that's how I want to get off.
Yeah, to answer your question, like Fetlife is the perfect place, and then like through Fetlife you can find all sorts of like local communities where like BDSM communities or like whatever you're actually into, you know, there'll be like a whole community of people who are also into it there. It's like Reddit for sex, you know, how like, oh yeah, I'm really into woodworking. And look, here's 30,000 more people who are going to really love these dowels I made.
Look, I built a slavery stock, you know, and I can throw tomatoes at you in the public.
Actually, yeah, the two overlap. You could build some bondage furniture with your woodworking passion and show it off on Fetlife. It could totally overlap.
Has anyone stuck their dick in a saw stop yet? I want video.
Oh my god!
I've seen people do. I've seen people do sausages like hot dogs and actual hands. But I've never seen a dick going.
I want to see how confident you are in your equipment. Stick your dick in it.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
That'd be funny. Like one of those guys
They're like expensive though. Like
I have
fucking, the sort. Go and stick your dick in it.
I really like my dick the way it is.
Yeah, not sawed.
Yeah, you ever got like a little bit of extra foreskin you could give away?
None of us do. We're in America.
America. This guy says, does Kyle regret getting Woody into Tarkov? And as a result, we all have to listen to Woody.
Oh, fuck
talk
this
about
guy.
Tarkov.
Fuck this guy.
Yes, first of all, fuck you. Fuck you. We talk about the things we are passionate about. So even if you're not into the thing that we're into, I think that we often provide some entertainment by being passionate about a subject. I like hearing Woody talk about his woodworking, for example, like back in the day. I have no interest in fucking woodworking. I like hearing him talk about his paramotor stuff because he's passionate about it. And like it means something to him. And we can often segue that into something that maybe is more interesting to any one of us in particular. You know?
No,
So
I
like
agree. Fuck Tarkov.
So I'm glad I got him into Tarkov. Like, here's the thing. I'm glad I got Woody into Tarkov because Woody hadn't really been into gaming for years before I got him into Tarkov. And you wouldn't have any Woody streams if I hadn't gotten Woody into Tarkov, most likely, because he's got a game that he's passionate about, that he grinds, that he loves, and that he's able to share with the whole community when he streams it. So, no, I'm really glad I did. I'm glad that he likes the game. It's a great game.
Thank
It
you.
must be with how much people play.
That's debatable. Get 10,000 hours on it. I'm not decided yet.
It's a good game.
Are you really eager?
I wonder if it is the evolution for Battle Royale. Like, that has me curious. Like, so Battle Royale was, I don't know, it just sort of made the whole shooter genre matter a little more, right? Because you get kicked out, it's what you were trying to do, etc. Something like Tarkov, a looter shooter, dying, the consequences are far greater than they are in Battle Royale. Like, you get kicked back. You've lost some progress, some wealth. It matters in a way that is so much greater than COD and even greater than a Battle Royale. Could it be that an Escape for Tarkov knockoff or the next step will be in that genre instead of Battle Royale?
It wouldn't surprise me if someone did Escape from Tarkov. Like, you look at COD, the most recent COD Modern Warfare. So much of the shit that they did in that game felt like it came from Tarkov, with like weapon modifications, multiple scopes and stuff like that. And this is shit that's existed in real life for years and years, and they just never bothered to put it in video games, even though they like well-known shit. Like a Leopold hammer scope is like a well-known thing that, I mean, they've stopped producing it now because it's so old. And no one ever bothered to use it. And then Tarkov puts it in the game. And then, well, I mean, it was probably in DayZ mods first. And Tarkov puts it in the game. And then COD's like, oh, that's popular. Let's do that. So,
yeah.
Do you play much Call of Duty at all? Or not? Never?
Oh, I have played the newest ones. They're okay. I just sort of played them a little bit. I had like a friendly tournament with some Australian ones. And it was like, yeah, it's good. Like, I get why people like it, but I think that the main thing that draws me to gaming, and why I like shit like Dark Souls and stuff like that, is that you need to feel a sense of loss to feel a sense of like winning and high. And if you don't have that, and it just doesn't matter that you die, then you can get dopamine release from like dropping a 50 bomb in a COD match, but there's only so many times you can do that before it's meaningless.
Mm-hmm.
With Tarkov, it's always you're losing a kit. You're always frustrated. Yeah.
There has to be something to lose. There has to be something to lose and something to gain for a game to be fun for me anymore. There are games that are fun. Like even when we were playing Vermintide, it was really your time that was invested. Like, we weren't losing gear, but like there was the challenge of like trying a harder difficulty, and the time that was being expended and perhaps lost if we failed halfway through a mission. Like, there's got to be something lost.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I was headed with the, like, is Tarkov the next thing after Battle Royales, right? Because I don't know. Every game feels like a baby game to me now. We played that game. What was it was a horror game.
Dead by Daylight?
Dead by Daylight, yeah.
Yeah.
That seemed like such a simple little mini game coming from the other ones. It's fun. I guess it's more of a player interaction type game, but everything
That was
seems
lame.
like a simple mini game compared.
That was lame. I didn't like that at all. I don't like
It had
Among Us
potential to be
either.
cool though.
It had like the idea is interesting. I like the idea of like the serial killers being part of it, but like
Yeah,
it's
I
so
like that.
repetitive. Like after 2 hours of playing it, I never want to play it again. I will never play it again. Whereas like I haven't played Tarkov in like a year, but I could see myself going back to it like the same way I go back to Rust occasionally and get addicted again, like I am right now.
I think Tarkov and oddly Minecraft are one of those games where people set it down and then it sucks them back in over time.
I think like the perfect game, like if someone's listening to this, they're like, I want to make a perfect game. Like all you'd have to do, I mean, oh, it's so easy, coding's so easy, but Tarkov, but like private servers for Tarkov on like a DayZ style map where the traders are on the map and you can extract with like a helicopter and go back to your stash. That'd be fucking amazing. All you do is just you have your stash and then you deploy onto the map in a general sector. You do
With
a raid
30-day
and then you get to pick
wipes.
up with the player. Yeah. Well, when that's the community servers. You just set up the community servers however you want. You chuck VoIP in there. You have like servers that are modded by your admins, and they can just kick wankers and hackers and stuff. Because hackers is a massive problem in Tarkov, but it's not a problem in DayZ because you have dedicated mods that the really good servers just ban them instantly. So
Same
you
with
don't
Rust.
have to worry about that. Yeah, Rust is very similar. So it's like that would be the perfect game for me.
Does
If
Tarkov
went and got there? I don't think that they would do that though.
does Tarkov still have hacker problems?
Not really as much anymore, to be honest. I think I encountered the first one I've seen in like a long time yesterday, and I'm not even like he was pretty blatant, but yeah, they're not as bad anymore.
Yeah, I
They've fixed it
never
up a lot.
see blatant hackers. I sometimes get a stream sniper. But and then sometimes you get one tapped in the face, but maybe the player just had good aim.
Wait, that's the thing that Tarkov you can't even really tell sometimes because the desync on the server is just so bad that it's like that guy was already aiming at me and shooting before I even saw him on my screen because the third person like update for his location on my screen is just fucking like 2 seconds behind.
Yeah.
That's one thing about Rust. You can instantly tell when someone is cheating because like gunplay is so hard to begin with that like, I don't know, you could play for 30 hours and you'll never just like insta die. You'll almost never insta die unless like close range fights are different, but like at medium long range, it's kind of a prolonged fight. Yeah. But like when someone's cheating and you just get turned off like a light switch, you're just like, oh, okay, cheater. Instant cheater, and you're just in the chat to an admin on the like. When I usually play on servers that have dedicated Discord, so I can just hop in with an admin and be like, hey, this guy, this quadrant, and they'll fly over like invisible, and they'll just start spectating this guy and watch this guy, and they'll ban all their friends for hacker association, and then blow their whole base up, and then all their loot's laying on the ground. It's almost profitable to be in a server with a hacker.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Woodycraft had that same thing. People would report a guy, and we just teleport to them invisibly and watch them for a bit, hoping to catch them.
Yeah, yeah, people do it. Go ahead. I know you got ads.
Yeah. Before we jump into the next thing, I'm sure you guys will have prepared when we're done here. This episode of PKA is brought to you by a company we have a lot of personal experience with, and that is Postmates. You know what's great about eating your favorite thing? It's your favorite thing, and you're eating it. You know what's not great? Getting it. And the only fast things that deliver are not what you're craving. Introducing Postmates, the app that adds a delivery option to your favorite restaurant. Imagine anything you want to eat delivered. You don't have to drive, park, or even talk on the phone to order. Just download the app and order 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Postmates will bring you what you want within the hour. You can even see where your food is and track the driver. Forgot the eggs and milk? No problem. Craving a tasty burger? Check. Looking for the perfect bottle of red wine or a summer beer? Order up. Postmates is your new long-term munchies booty call. For a limited time, Postmates is giving you $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days. That's $100. To start your free deliveries, download the app today and use code PKA. That's code PKA for $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days. That's a lot of free money. Save the hassle. Get the food you love fast at Postmates with code PKA to save $100 in your first 7 days. Quite a deal.
Lots of people talking about it. I don't know how they're not going to lose a lot of money. Just give it a go.
At $100, you're a fool not to do it.
The history of trade deals.
This is the worst deal. The worst deal for Postmates. They're losing money. What are they doing? But yeah, so check them out. This episode of PKA is also brought to you by ExpressVPN. Admit it, you think that cybercrime is something that happens to other people. You may think that no one wants your data or that hackers can't grab your passwords or credit card details, but you would be wrong. Stealing data from unsuspecting people on public Wi-Fi is one of the simplest and cheapest ways for hackers to make money. When you leave your internet encryption or your internet connection unencrypted, you may as well be writing your passwords and credit card numbers on a huge billboard for the rest of the world to see. That's why we decided to take action, which is why we are recommending you get ExpressVPN to protect yourself from cyber criminals. ExpressVPN secures and anonymizes your internet browsing by encrypting your data and hiding your public IP address. ExpressVPN has easy-to-use apps that run seamlessly in the background of your computer, phone, and tablet. Turning on ExpressVPN protection takes only one click. Using ExpressVPN, I can safely surf on public Wi-Fi without being snooped on or having my personal data stolen. For less than $7 a month, you can get the same ExpressVPN protection that I have. ExpressVPN is rated the #1 VPN service by TechRadar and comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months free at expressvpn.com/PKA. That's EXPRESS VPN.com/PKA for 3 months free with a 1-year package. Visit expressvpn.com/PKA to learn more. 3 months free. Use the code PKA. Get yourself some protection online. So there you go.
Get some.
Wonderful sponsors. Love to hear it.
I just saw.
You guys ever get hacked as internet people?
Yes.
I guess like content creators.
Yes. Have you?
Mm-hmm.
I've had a few people come in and put addresses in my chat and be like, haha, I know where you live. And I'm like, haha, you wasted $25 on Truthfinder, dumbass.
Oh, they all know where I live. It's no secret. And yeah, I had a guy, I've talked about this before, but it was right around Christmas. If it wasn't Christmas Day, maybe it was the day after. I'm at my in-laws' house, and my Xbox account, I can't log in anymore. I'm banned for, it might have been 9,999 years. And yeah, so pretty long. And there's a message or something that I can read. I forget how they got a message to me, but they're like, hey, we hacked your account. Fuck you. So I wrote back to him, and I'm trying to be charming and just, I don't know, ask him to give me my account back. And I'm like, hey man, you got my account. That must be pretty cool. My password is not something you'd guess. It wasn't anything like that. They managed to use some sort of password recovery routine. Oh, and you know what? They hacked into my Netflix, found a credit card using those last four digits of the credit card, called Microsoft, used that, my address, and some other things to confirm that they were me, and they got my account. That's how they did it.
Oh, okay. Yep.
So anyway, I was like, bro, why'd you do this? Did I do something to you? Did I upset you? And the reasoning was that my breath smelled like cum. So
Got him. Fair enough.
Yeah, but eventually there was the Microsoft head of security. I think his handle was B, and apparently it's real prestige to have an Xbox login that's one letter. And I tweeted at B, and he didn't pay any attention to me. Then I asked my followers to tweet at B to help me. And that initially made him super mad, and then he gave me a really long lecture. And he fixed my account. And I'm like, all right.
Super mad. Really?
Yeah. He was like, now my Twitter feed is just filled with noise and your followers. It was like, I'm like, you read all your tweets? What are you, new to Twitter? Nobody with any kind of profile sees every tweet that's sent to him or added at him. And he felt like I had just destroyed his feed. Like I had committed some level of online violence against him by having people write him. And I don't know. I just endured the lecture and accepted the help. In the end, it was a good move.
Fix your security, and then it wouldn't happen.
Probably not the right thing to say. I'm trying to get a favor from this guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He was the top guy who could make anything happen. So.
Oh, I thought you meant you're trying to get another favor for him. Oh. As in, if I'm bagging him out right now, then you'll probably get in trouble.
Oh no. Well, now it's all said and done. Hopefully it's harder to.
Fuck that guy.
He retired.
Everybody go tweet at him again.
I think he retired in part because just dealing with cyber criminals all the time is an awful job. And
it sucks. Yeah.
They had a thing for him personally sometimes, and he either retired, but he definitely quit Microsoft.
I've had so many people like threaten to come around to my house, and one dude from Germany, it was just like endless accounts. He's like, I'm gonna come to your house and fight you. And I'm just like, every time I'm like, I'm still waiting. He's like, you just never showed up. I'm like, man, I'm fucking like I left my door open and everything, and the guys just fucking never showed.
Yeah, you had your dad just remove the doors.
Yeah, it was like 2 years ago. I'm still waiting on this motherfucker. Like,
I'm waiting on the Northern Nightmare, I think that's his name, to send me a contract. He keeps telling me to sign the Where's your contract, Northern Nightmare? Send your contract, baby. Let's see what you got.
Woody, because it's our content on the Reddit, or this guy's, could we watch the Northern Nightmare challenge video?
No, it shows me fighting poorly. Well, I guess we could watch it if you really want to.
Wait, it shows you fighting poorly.
So I'm sparring with a professional fighter who is 3 times faster than me, and he grabbed all like my worst moments and made a montage out of it. We can watch it. Can you link it?
No, I'm trying to find it. I don't know where the video is. Kyle, do your contacts have that quickly?
I will ask if anyone has.
So yeah, it's pretty funny. This guy, he's kind of doing a professional wrestler type thing, and he wants to fight me, and he keeps telling me to sign the contract, but he hasn't sent one. So that's where that stands.
Are you gonna fight him? What if you sign this contract? He rocks up and he's like 7 foot tall, weighs like 380 pounds. And
I just Googled Northern Nightmare and Woody, and I found this 56-second video of a man wearing all black.
That's it. Yeah. You guys are gonna love this.
Okay. Well, there it is.
In my Twitch chat, asking me all about the Northern Nightmare.
Oh, they ask me about it constantly. All right. So here, I'm cute. Oh, so what we do, Slush, is we all queue up at 0, and then I'll say 1, 2, 3, play.
And the kind of the impetus of this is a different $50 patron challenged Woody to a fight, and Woody was like, "There's no fucking way. I'll trash you. I'll break your orbital bones. I'll drop down with elbow." In response to that, this totally separate guy, the Northern Nightmare,
It's got like 9,000 views as well.
All right, I'm ready on this.
Ready, set, play.
Why you talking big too dirty when you know he won't accept your conditions?
It's too quiet.
They call me the Northern Nightmare. AK ski master pump guy because I fuck chumps like you. Hey, Low T Woody, you haven't been an athlete since George Sr. was in office. And that's if you even consider swimming a sport. You think your breaststroke gonna help when I'm drowning you in a cage, Holmes?
No audio quality.
I can hardly hear it.
Fuck are these lunch lady arms?
You got me. Yeah.
The ball's in your court, homie. Sign the contract. Or better, go back into your cave and play some more fucking Tarkov. In the location, Holmes.
When he took the glasses off, his eyes were so wide apart, like Sid the Sloth.
Yeah.
That's the funniest part to me.
Because he clearly stretched out the entire thing in order to fit the glasses into the So you can't see anything the whole time.
I'd wear glasses too if I was this deformed fuck looking like that cartoon Arnold. I accept your challenge. Send the contract. Send the contract. Don't talk about sign it until you've sent it. There it is.
Well, that's just silly.
Yeah.
Maybe no. Let's get. I'm sure his attorney is working on a draft.
That was some pretty funny stuff. He said something about lunch lady arms.
Yeah, I like that.
Citizen Center or whatever.
And he's doing some sort of Cholo accent. Like what if it's snow? What if that's actually snow?
He had. I think he trains. I don't know. He got access to sparring gloves that an MMA fighter would wear, and he might have had MMA pants on too. I didn't look. Do you have board shorts on of some sort?
I like that he's gone to the trouble of like actual paper printing out a like he's spliced in images of you missing punches on a guy,
Yeah.
And but he hasn't bothered. He could have just spliced in a picture, but he's actually printed that out. And
no color ink in the printer.
Yeah,
you can tell it runs out like 3 lines in. Like it's got like a yellow line and then a green line, and then it's all in black and white.
Yeah, he ran out of color. He ran out of color ink. Printed
that guy I was sparring with is a professional fighter, and he's smaller than me, but he's way faster. He knew what I was going to do before I did it. And what he didn't really show the leg kicks, but he was peppering me with leg kicks. And once that happened, I guess it was all I could think about, and I did even worse. And whatever. It's
you know what this is set the stage for is the reveal of your true foe. He's gonna be the Southern Nightmare. He's gonna be 6'11". He's gonna weigh 410 pounds. We got to have someone with those dimensions.
I know someone with those exact dimensions.
He's not 6'11" though.
He says he is.
True.
I don't understand.
Like 6'11", 411 pounds. That is an enormous human.
That'd be like the Mountain, like literally, like that guy.
Yeah.
Probably bigger than that guy. But nobody's bigger than that guy. Except for that one dude.
Can we get the Northern Nightmare to fight the Mountain?
I don't think we're gonna get the Northern Nightmare to fight anybody. That's pretty funny though. That's a pretty funny video. That takes me back to like old school COD videos of like degenerates in the woods tackling trees and shit. I haven't seen anything like this in a while.
Like the Unforgivable series, remember that? Way back in the day.
Series.
The black guy in the woods ranting about funny things.
I don't
Oh
recall.
yeah. Do you remember the one in the lobby where that guy is like, I'm going to come to your house and take you hostage. I'm going to deprive you of the water. And the only thing you'll have to drink will be the sweat from my balls. If you're lucky, I'll come in your mouth. He does it in like cold lobbies and then like freaks these kids out. He's like, I think he's got like something warlord or something.
Oh no, it wasn't Jimmy K, was it?
I don't know. It was fun. They're fucking hilarious though. But like he comes back with their like address and shit like that, and tells them where he's gonna find him and stuff, and then does this like I think it's called like Ugandan warlord or something like that. But he scares the shit, and they're like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He's like, yeah, you apologize. That's what I.
In Call of Duty. Yeah, just making fun of him. Yeah, I don't think it is KimmyJ. KimmyJ was #1 best commentator in Vietnam.
Yes.
And I don't even think that he was even Asian.
He was not.
No.
Wait, he wasn't even Asian?
Shocked the community at the time.
I knew that the accent was fake, but I thought that he was Asian.
No.
Was that him in the pictures?
No.
No.
Do you know who it was?
That was an Asian man.
Who was in the pictures or who he actually was?
Well, both now that you mention it.
The guy in the photo is like a stock photo of an Asian man sitting in a chair, very fat, wearing a bra.
Okay. And the guy doing the commentary?
I've spoken to him. I've heard his real voice, but I don't remember who it actually was.
Oh, it wasn't like, I don't know, someone well known for something else.
In disguise or anything, no.
Right. No. Well, if it was X-Cal, he would have been Asian.
That's true.
It was me the whole time. Not really. No, I if I learned, I forgot. It's been so long ago who that actually was.
Yeah, it's been a very long time. I remember one point, like he was looking into getting one of those really realistic face masks made that make him look like he was that Asian man, so he could do like videos.
Like he's got xanthan gum painted on his eyelid. Put the acanthic folds.
Is it an Australian guy that does that? He's what's he called? Slick Flow. He wears one of those like movie quality like old man masks while he streams. I have no fucking idea how he does it. It must be so sweaty. And he'll just drop like a 7-hour stream of him playing COD with this like fucking latex bag over his head. It's like, fuck.
Yeah, I did that. I think I only streamed for it was 4 hours wearing an owl mascot costume, like a legit one. And like every time I would take the helmet off of it effectively, it like I look like Cartman when he takes off the Osimo head and he's just so sweaty and so disgusting. It was awful. Like I bet that. And it's like as you're wearing it, it's like I'm never gonna wash this. Like I'm gonna wash the owl costume. It would just ruin my dryer and washer probably.
We still got it. You use it on Fetlife, man.
Good idea. It might be sitting around here somewhere. I don't know where my owl head is at. Need to find it.
Did the standard owl costume fit on the head, or like did you have to modify the owl head in any way to
Did you have to grease your skull?
I think I just ordered like the double XL overall of everything.
Well,
Yeah, but it was like the head was one size fits all. No,
there's
No,
more than one size of head.
I had to cut out the eye holes of it. Yeah, it was, a good use of $90. I think actually, everybody enjoyed it.
I bet it increased donations by that much.
Oh, I'm sure. At least dressing up is so much fun. Do you dress up much ever, Slush?
I've had a few. So when I've been banned from Twitch twice, was suspended. Let me explain my reasonings first.
Yeah.
So people don't think I was just like going on a racist tirade or something like that. The first time I got a text to speech donation of someone that just said this super racist stuff. And so I opened up my PayPal and I was like, here you go, boys, and just put his full name and email address in my chat. And I was like, I think that's fair. And then they banned me for a week for revealing his private information, which I was like, he sent that to me, but okay, rules are rules.
Only a week.
So,
that's surprising.
Yeah. And so I came back as a convict, as the returning Australian convict, dressed up as like full on stripes and everything. And the second time I got banned for drinking too much on stream, I came back as Slush Reborn, and I dressed up as Jesus Christ, and had like one of those like VR like the augmented reality Halo things for the entire stream on the green screen. So I did an entire stream as Jesus.
Why did they ban you just for getting too drunk and parental?
Apparently it was what did they say? Dangerous use of alcohol, and I was like, I'm Australian. Like,
Touche. Yeah, they should have unbanned you immediately.
Like honestly, like after I finished the stream, I just walked out to my fucking couch and just passed out on my couch. It's like exactly the same thing. So yeah, but apparently too much.
How long was that one? Another week?
That was a week as well. Yeah.
I think they were being racist, right? They don't understand the culture that you come from.
Well, exactly. I think that's just racist towards Australians. Really.
It's not fair.
This is what we do.
Do they like amp up the like not threat, but like the severity of it in their emails to you, where they're like, "This is the second time you fucked us, and we're banning you.
Like,
be careful."
Depends on like I think you get a certain amount of strikes within a certain amount of time. So it's like if you get one and then it's like a year apart, then it doesn't matter. But if you get like one and you get like 2 in 6 months, and it's like, okay, this is your second in 6 months, then it's like we're gonna ramp this up to a month, and they sort of like crank it up a bit. But it's like both of those were like super far apart. I think like almost 2 years apart, and they were sort of like I think the biggest ones they give are for like when you're saying something like racist or homophobic, and they're just like, okay, that's like blatantly against TOS, and you're just like caning against someone or like telling someone to kill themselves or some shit. Then they're just like, okay, fuck off, and they just ban you for a month, like straight away. So
that's what I got banned for. It was actually just a week, and there's a little more to it. So in our community, it's a bit of a meme. Wings of Redemption did a 1v1 with Syndicate, and he lost. And I laughed, and I said, that fucking sucks, and he didn't understand. He said, no, I don't fucking suck. And I think I laughed, and he said, yeah, keep laughing, you fucking faggot, is what he said. So anyway, that is like a response now to you're doing poorly in the game. I'm playing, I'm streaming, and my chat is like, yeah, keep laughing, you fucking maggot, or so. And
I replace that word with Bob Sack.
So I read it as such, and I got banned for a week. Can't say that.
For an innocent mistake.
Right, like they don't understand. It wasn't
malicious.
Yeah. I wasn't trying to like take a run at gay people. That's not my thing. I was quoting my friend, and that's what he said.
I know someone else has been banned for that, and they copped a week. But it was no, actually, I think it was more because it was like it was like directed at someone, but they weren't even on their own stream. They were on someone else's stream in a Discord and playing, and they called someone else the maggot, and then they got banned for like a month, I think.
Damn.
Yeah. A month is a lot.
Yeah. It's a long time.
Well, I wonder how Destiny's doing. I look forward to having him back on the show.
Yeah, I wanted to get all the details of what actually happened because he's still streaming all the time, but like, yeah, that little purple partner icon's no longer there. So they did. I wonder if they're ever going to let him get it back or if it's some probational thing. I don't know.
I don't know either.
What happened to him? What?
We don't know.
He got departnered. And okay, all right, before I tell the story, my Twitch chat is the least reliable source in the world. Amongst second. Okay, there's Taylor's chat. Yeah. But so that's where I heard it from. And what they said was that Destiny, he talks about politics a lot on his stream. That's like what some of he's really known for. And he was not in favor of the riots, right? There was rioting over racial inequality here in America. And Destiny wasn't a fan. And he is rumored to have said something along the lines of he was okay with cars plowing into the crowds. And Twitch heard that, and they departnered him and, went hard. I don't know if there were any previous offenses that weighed into their decision or not, but that was
You can get that for stuff off the Twitch platform, though. Like, there was that just chatting streamer, Jenna, the chick, she was saying a bunch of stuff in, like, Discords, like, calling people fags and, like, all this other random stuff. And someone sent the screenshots to Twitch and they departnered her. So it's like, it could be something they did outside of Twitch, but it's like,
I have no idea. This is all just Woody making stuff up, so don't take this as a thing. But it's my theory that DrDisrespect did something over Discord that got him banned from Twitch. No one's talking about what it was. DrDisrespect claims that he doesn't know what it is, but when all the dust settled, he's still banned from Discord and Twitch.
What did you say about that, Slush? Do you say you know something about that?
I highly doubt he doesn't know what that is. That's
me too.
He knows exactly what that is. It's just that, like, it's probably like the second he got it, because he would have been on a contract similar to like what I'm on. It would be like obviously for a much higher number, and
maybe
probably different. You think so? You know what I'm saying? But the like he probably has different like things in it. But if he got banned, they have to notify him like why he's been banned, because it's like they can't just like stop paying him and ban him from the thing and then just be like just ghost him. Like it's not an ex-boyfriend. Like you can't just be like you gotta. So
I
he
agree.
Has to know,
I think it's a clue that he's still
quiet.
banned from Discord too. Like he had a Discord partnered server or something, and that's gone. So that's why I took that as a clue. And like you said, I bet he has a good idea of what caused them to separate. Yeah. And I bet everyone wishes it didn't happen. DrDisrespect is one of the kings of live streaming. Even post ban, he seems to be.
I just checked his channel. He's doing tremendous on YouTube.
My thing is like, it's a lot of people are like, they're like jumping on and they're like, oh, fuck him, he's gone, or they're like, oh no, he should be back and stuff like that. It's like, I ain't taking a stance on that shit till I know what he did. Like he could have done fucking anything. Like I have no idea what that motherfucker did. I'm not defending or going against him until I know what happened. So
that's fair.
Like,
yeah.
This point, probably no one ever will. It would have come out by now.
Yeah, Twitch has a standard policy of not saying why they ban someone. They never do. Yeah. And I think a lot of people saw that Twitch didn't explain why DrDisrespect was banned as fishy, but it's not fishy. If anything, that's to the streamer's benefit. If Twitch went out and was like, SlushPuppy, look at this photo of him passed out on the couch from drinking. You'd be like, I wouldn't rather you just keep on the hush hush about the details. But DrDisrespect is like, I demand they tell me. Yeah,
that's the thing. It's like with a character streamer like DrDisrespect, and like he has like, I don't personally watch him, and like he has like his production quality is second to none for like live content creation. It's like the character thing. It's like, where do you know where the character stops and where like whatever his name is, fucking guy starts? I think his name's Guy.
It is Guy Beam or something.
It's like, so it's like, where do you know? Like, is that just a character thing? Is that him actually wanting to know? So you don't really know where you stand with that. It's like, it's how do you, like, in all honesty, it was probably just something to do with like with his misses. Like it was the fucking first time he took a break, and he was just like, yeah, I'm taking a break because I one of my mods or whatever. And then that came out, and then they were just like, okay, this was super sexual and we don't like it, and so they banned him. They just took it as a chance to ban him. So
it could be. It could be. Yeah. Like I said, I just guessed. So
yeah, this is just a guess. Yeah. Not I have no idea.
Right. And I like your stance of, I'll tell you how I come down on this decision when I know something about the why.
Yeah, more than nothing at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'll compliment him where it's due. Like, he's an awesome content creator, and like he exploded super quickly and became like incredibly famous overnight because of his awesome production quality. But I don't know him as a person, so how the hell am I supposed to judge him? Like,
it works a little better on Twitch. So back in the YouTube days, he had that same same character. I mean to say, and to say he did poorly would be overstating it. He did fine, but there were other people that did much better. I mean, the X-Cows, the X-Jaws, heck me, of that time were just much more popular on YouTube. But then it went to live streaming. Yeah, that's his format, man. Like that's where he crushes it.
I'm just not gonna say, oh yeah, I'm as famous as DrDisrespect or whatever, but I suck at YouTube. Like, I have an editor. I don't do any of my own YouTube because my attempts at YouTube have been poor, and like most often very, very shit amount of views and not really much support. But Twitch, when I can just sit there and talk to people and just like relay with them, then it just works for me. So I definitely know how it feels. But that's just like my entire stream is just me just burning the shit out of my chat to beat the fuck out of them. So
I mean, I was never very big on YouTube or successful or anything. But like comparatively, like my Twitch is way more successful than that ever was. Like, this is a way better format for me and the way I like to do shit anyway. Just hopping on and riffing and joking around with people, just kind of making stuff up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Do you tell the truth of everything of everything about your life? Do you reveal like anything people want to know?
No, definitely not. Yeah, nothing that would like get someone close to me revealed or something.
Not like personal information, but do you ever like just like big up shit just for the sake of telling the joke or whatever?
Big up shit. What do you have in mind? What do you
just make shit up? Because like I don't like you look at like going back to the DrDisrespect stuff. Like, his whole thing is like the fake like character stuff. Mm-hmm. Do you ever think it's just like, would it be worth like just making up crap that I haven't done? And it's just funny, and then just be like, yeah, let's run with it. Who cares? Like,
maybe I'll start doing that more. Yeah. Maybe I'll start trying to get my Twitch audience with a Seinfeld story. That'll be too. They'll know.
I like that idea. Yeah. I met this girl, and she said that her name was like a female body part, and I was just stumped by it. Dolores.
Dolores. Yeah,
what was her name? Was it Dolores?
Dolores. Yeah, because when he goes out at the end, Dolores. What's her name? Mulva. DrDisrespect really dedicated to the character. That one character. Yeah. I just like doing silly voices, not really committing to a whole character thing.
Yeah. So I just sort of talk shit about shit that I've done, and then it's like, can I be bothered if I'm like, I can make stuff up, but then it's like, then I have to remember it. And then it's like, that's a lot of effort. It's like, if I run with a character, then he's got to have a whole backstory. Yeah, I do have like a sort of backstory that like, I think that some people actually believe that my wife has a boyfriend, Derek. So it's been going for a while. And apparently he's really cool because he lets me play the Xbox in the lounge room sometimes. So,
seems to be a common one. Yeah.
I think 99% of people know that I'm just fucking around, but I think there's a few people that are like,
no, Derek is just getting down in the next room.
Yeah, I'm just listening to fuck while I'm streaming.
Damn, that guy Derek sounds so cool. Can we get him on next time?
Yeah. This whole thing that he like, he's really nice to me because he's like, oh yeah, no, Derek's amazing. Like, he organizes all of my stuff. He pays all my bills for me and stuff. Like, It's really great. He just like buys me a carton of beer and my food for me and looks after all the money stuff. I don't even have to like touch it. I don't even see it. I don't even log into the bank account stuff. He just does it for me. So,
Every once in a while, my subscription number goes down and he gets disappointed in me and he hits me, but it's for my own good. I'm not working good to
just
bring money.
my
I was bad.
Because he loves me. He's hitting me because he cares about me. Like
exactly. Yeah.
I just
me and you against the world out there, Dennis. It's exactly that situation.
I was looking at one of the in the 50 Discord. Someone just linked the video. I guess I don't know how new it is because I don't keep up with politics, but it's Trump. Clearly Christmas time and very recent, talking about the stimulus bill that Congress passed, and he's going through it for like 5 minutes. He's like 100 million for fish hatcheries. Like he goes through it like all the like things that are in there that have nothing to do with like giving people money. And essentially he says Congress needs to go back and they need to sign a bill without all this junk in it, and I'll sign that bill, or the next administration can handle it, and maybe I'll be the next administration.
Until the last second, I loved all of it. Like,
I know, right?
That's
how I was like, I'm sitting over here and I watched this like 5-minute video, and I'm just like, making a lot of sense. I don't care how many fish are, like there was like several million to like count the fish in the Gulf, count some fish in the Gulf of Mexico, and then there was something about hatcheries, and there was a lot of fish related stuff. There must have been some senator who's like big in the fish industry. I don't know. And then, but
you
then
guys
at the
heard
end,
about the copyright stuff that was snuck in through that as well?
Yeah,
I saw that. Like, I did the basic math and saw they had a $900 billion bill, and then $600 times like however many Americans only came to like 300 million. So like 600 million.
It's like a $705 billion swing between what it, because like it's funny because like usually there's a bunch of strife online where people are like, no, your side fucking side. Like this released, and every single person I've seen from every side of the aisle that isn't like, you know, a staffer for someone who, like one of the Congress people who wrote this, is like, this is fucking retarded. This sucks. They're giving what was it? They give 135 million to Burma, 85 million to Cambodia, 130 million to Nepal, 500 million to Israel, 700 million to Sudan, 1.4 billion to the Asia Reassurance Initiative Act. There's so much foreign aid.
AOC had a complaint. She says, this is why Congress needs to actually hide this package before voting on it. Members of Congress haven't read this bill. It's over 5,000 pages, and we have to expect a vote in 2 hours. Cool. And then what she's fussing about is the COVID-19 stimulus bill would make illegal streaming a felony. THR.C. Do you guys know what this is? Illegal streaming becomes a felony?
Yeah,
apparently
copyright.
Apparently
the copyright.
Yeah, there's like $30,000 fines for like fucking reusing copyrighted music and shit like that, and like cracking down on copyright.
Yeah,
that's what you were referring to.
Catching me in Australia, bonza.
So yeah, I don't know. I also, to Trump's credit, I'll start praising him now that he's out. I don't know that another president would have refused to play the game like this. Any other president in my lifetime, I think, would have just signed it. This is the kind of bill you can't fight back against. It's COVID stimulus bill.
Feels like it's at a point where it's like, okay, we need something, and everyone's just like, just go, and then it's like, oh, let's stick a whole bunch of shit in, and then it's just like, sign it, and then he was the only one who was like,
yeah. I've heard it called like a Christmas tree ornament bill, right? So they're like, you know what? I think we should make having sex with 3-year-olds illegal. Okay, you have to vote for this. If you don't vote for this, every ad your opposition runs next election cycle is going to say, you know, this guy voted against child pedophilia. Or for it, I guess. In any case, so you have to vote for it. So what do? They hang their own little Christmas ornament on it in terms of fish hatcheries. And someone else makes you pay $30,000 for streaming The Mandalorian. And then, you know, it can be pork. It can be pet laws. It can be favors to some industry. And then you have Trump on there saying he doesn't want any part of it.
This says like Mr. Medicare was going through, and he always goes through and posts funny stuff from stuff like this. And he found somewhere where it says that Of the funds appropriated under Title III of this act that are made available for assistance for Pakistan, not less than 15 million shall be made available for democracy programs, and not less than 10 million shall be made available for gender programs. $10 million mandatory, bare minimum for gender programs in Pakistan. What are we doing?
Wait,
like, this is supposed to be helping Americans get through a pandemic.
Can you help me follow it? Is it gender programs end Pakistan or gender programs in Pakistan?
In Pakistan.
This is a Pakistani gender program.
This is a subsection of the hundreds of millions that Pakistan is getting.
Now, does a gender program mean that like girls get to go to school, or
No.
I don't know
No.
There's $4.4 million in here for former presidents. Awesome, great.
Oh, you know what? Now he'll sign it.
We didn't get to the end. It gets pretty fucking nice at the end.
I didn't see that part coming.
If you're a
You
president,
you don't get that whole 4 million, Donald. Oh, well. You've definitely got to go back to the drawing board then.
Well, I'm gonna need another small $4 million loan from the American government.
why should Sudan get what I could easily have myself? But $700 million to Sudan. What has Sudan done for us lately?
That's how I feel about Israel.
What?
We give them
what about
billions
Israel?
every year. Are they even our friends?
No, it's a manager. That's
how
America just uses Israel as a place to just park missile launching places.
They give us billions of dollars.
I don't know why you guys don't just buy it. Like, why does America just buy
We
Israel?
tried that
Like,
with Greenland. It was very embarrassing.
You've already got like the iron. They don't have like the fucking Iron Dome defense there and shit. They could just be like, yeah, we'll turn this off, and then the Gaza Strip and fucking, fucking Lebanon will just bomb the ever shit out of you. Just hold them hostage or whatever. They probably already do, to be honest. I'm sorry. That is like so. Everything I just said is factually incorrect, and I have no idea.
Oh, that's how we do it.
Never let that stop you.
Never, ever.
Double down until you're right.
Israel is like America's best ally ever, and I'm like, why? How? What do they do that's they're dependent is what they are. England is our best ally.
It seems like a one-way street.
I think that is like what they are though. They are just legitimately a foothold and a beach landing point in the Middle East should America go to war with Russia. That's like, or China. That's like all they are. It's just a place for America to land aircraft carriers and fucking start shooting up.
You sound like a person that knows geography. Is Israel that close to Russia or China?
Well, Israel's underneath Israel's underneath Turkey and Syria is apparently like they say like they wouldn't admit it, but there's like lots of people that would say that Syria is backed by the Russian government and fucking Assad is president because of his Russian backing.
But we already have dozens of missiles and military bases in nations way closer to Russia and China than Israel. You know, that's a strategic one in the Middle East because it's like in between. It's like a Mediterranean landing zone. Like America doesn't have another Mediterranean landing zone that they just fucking own. Like they pretty much just pretty much invented Israel after World War II, and then we're just like, bam, let's play some. Well, we can use Egypt because we just gave Egypt $1.3 billion in this.
Yeah, or Saudi Arabia is always happy to work with us.
Yeah.
Sometimes they kick back. They kick back though. They're like fucking, yeah, we'll buy shit off you, but fuck you. Like,
I don't care what country it is. If it's not America and they're getting money in this, we got to be tightening those purse strings. That's not what this is about. The whole what was it like? Months and months of like, I don't know if we can financially deal with 1,200 times this many Americans. What even is that? And then it's like,
it's incalculable.
Actually, we have enough money to just make it for like $3,500 per American, but you can go ahead and suck my cock. You're going to get 600. And all of these foreign nations and all these pork spending nonsense, that's going to get your tax dollars. It's like a slap in the face, and there's nothing we can do about it.
$600 is like hilariously shit. Like this is it's like 9 months some people have been unemployed, and it's like, here you go, here's
hey, that's a PS5 for every American.
You send it straight to Japan.
Apparently, that sounds like Stalin's plan, man. We'll get a camera and television in every home. And then and once we made them, we just sell them elsewhere, and then you go to Gulag.
Apparently, Trump just said that he is not signing it if it's less than $2,000 a person.
Oh, I read that he wanted to say that a few days ago, and his aides and advisors talked him out of that. It leaked.
That's still not enough.
2,000?
Yeah.
We don't get any of that money, do we?
No, none of us are getting any of it because we're all out of that income bracket. But like, people need more help than $600.
So how would you give out the money? Yeah. I've been thinking about this. Right, there's a couple ways to give out money. My least favorite way is to give it to big companies and then hope that they distribute it properly. Yeah. Right? That way I give the thumbs down.
Trickle down economics.
Yeah. That's the American way. But all right, so let's take that and agree that giving it to big companies, and that's not cool.
Wait, didn't Disney got like $140 million or something in that bill?
Probably. They made The Mandalorian. Keep it up.
Sounds low, Slush. I don't know.
Mandalorian pretty dope. Let's give him more. We get a couple more episodes. Add in a sex scene. 170 million. Done. Let's do it.
This is smart.
As long as it's not Gina Carano.
Oh, you guys are talking my language. Shit. Does the Mandalorian wear the costume during the sex scene?
I don't want him. I don't want Pedro Pascal to fuck. I want.
He was good in Game of Thrones.
Yeah, but
do you know what I've noticed about Americans is they always know the name of actors, and I'm always like, who the fuck are you talking about?
We are good at that. Our
Americans
country.
are great at that. You're not really good at. I mean, yeah, you make good porn. Yeah. Nah, he's a great actor. Yeah.
I want someone to insert Baby Yoda into a vagina, like the whole of
a
Baby
human
Yoda.
vagina. He's pretty big, right? We'd want him in some sort of alien
humanoid,
vagina. Okay.
Like it could be one of those ladies that has like the two like tentacle horns that come off of their head and they kind of drape around their shoulders, whatever those are.
What about like a
the Jedi person?
A Mandalorian themed remake of a Serbian film?
Now, I don't care for that.
I don't know what a Serbian film is.
The worst.
It's a very bad movie with a terrible scene. Yeah, it's rough stuff.
What would you guys buy with $600?
I mean,
I don't know.
There's nothing that I like. I don't understand the circumstance. Like I only have 600, or I have 600 extra that I have to spend right now.
Yes, I'm giving you 600 and asking you to blow it. You don't have to blow it in one store, one day. Just like, hey, Kyle, here's 600. At the end of the month, I want to make sure it's gone. What are you going to get?
I don't know. I'll buy a very expensive pair of shoes, I guess. Like, I don't know.
I'll probably buy a sight for my shotgun. I need a new sight for my shotgun. That's it.
A $600 sight for a shotgun? Okay.
Yeah, get like something like nice, like an LCO or a nice red dot or something.
Taylor,
don't vlog everyone at skeet target shooting.
You're given $600 in stimulus money, and 30 days from now, I want it gone. What are you gonna buy?
60 more Carhartt t-shirts.
Not anymore. They fixed that listing. I told you I wouldn't be able to get that many.
Shucks.
I could get 35 more. No, I just bought that like leg curl and leg extension machine for like $480, and so I would have used it on that, and then like probably $120 on. God, I don't have a lot of expenses that I like. I like going out to eat, which you can't do much anymore, and lifting equipment, and I'm pretty much packed out of room in my basement gym. There's just nowhere else for stuff to go now that this like leg extension thing. So maybe like a couple extra plates so I can put one on the back of it just to live there, keep it stable. That's about all I can think of because I don't have a lot of other. I could take some of that money and start buying Magic cards and Magic the Gathering Arena, but that $600 would not get me far enough. Next month I'll be spending hundreds more and then hundreds more.
It's like buying. I get just $600 in meth and stop there.
Yeah,
sure.
$600 with the world's finest heroin, and I'm gonna myself for how is that not that much? However long that gets.
I don't know.
My tolerance is 0.
Yeah, you're probably right.
That'll get you an 8.
You could definitely OD.
Oh yeah, you can kill yourself with $600 worth of heroin for sure.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, it would be pretty shitty heroin if I couldn't.
That's
if it was like if I bought $600 for fair one. They're like, just do it all, man. I'd be like, this is
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. Like, I'd probably buy some clothes with it. Like, I'd buy a nice pair of shoes or a nice coat. But like,
that's a good idea.
yeah,
coat. You could get a really nice coat for $600.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You can get one of those fancy pea coats that they wear in like the Peaky Blinders.
Yeah.
One of the hats.
I can imagine you in something like faux fur, perhaps. Probably not real fur for $600, Carl, but like something.
Maybe one of those like military jackets, like Bane had that had the big fur collar.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be really good in cold climates.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. One of those Bane coats.
We were talking about this with my chat the other day, and they were like, "Oh, what would you do to shave your beard off, or shave your head, or whatever?" And I was like, "Oh, we could do a sub goal or whatever, or like a donation goal." And they're like, "Oh, how much would you want to shave your beard off?" And I'm just like, "Oh, well, I don't know. I can't set a number." And they're like, "Oh, is there something you want to buy?" And I'm like, "Dude, all I do is sit in front of my fucking computer, and I have and vape and play Tarkov. I own Tarkov. I have a vape sponsor and I have a fucking computer sponsor. I mean, unless you want to come here and wipe my ass, there's nothing else you can do for me. I don't want it.
Like a dog food, a pet supply sponsor, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like dog food's not that expensive. They'd have to buy me like fucking 80 years supply of dog food for me to shave my beard off. So it's like,
yeah, that would be like the least exciting thing to win a year, like a 10-year supply, a lifetime supply of dog food. It's like, damn, prorated over an 80-year lifetime, I'm saving dozens of dollars a year.
There you go, $600 gone. I'll get the classic sheepskin B3 bomber jacket with detachable hood.
This would have been perfect for my flight simulator stream.
What's funny is when you go from like the brown one is on a white guy. When you go to black, it's on a black guy.
Well, they're trying to have a little diversity in the photo. Damn, if I buy this $595 jacket, do you think I'll be as good looking as the guy in the photo?
I don't think you'll be even close to as good because that's a
I don't know, man. Like,
you think he's handsome? Let me show you like the first coat I was looking at. This guy is so strikingly handsome. It's like Overland models are the best looking men on the planet. Apparently, look at this guy.
That's the guy I was looking at. Yeah.
Oh, I linked the same thing twice. My bad.
Mr. Studio Girl.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. I meant this.
If we're taking select size hetero flexible on this bloke, I reckon.
Yeah, we're in hetero flexible territory. Look at this fella.
I think we're in homo flexible territory with this guy.
That guy looks like a Ken doll.
He looks like a Ken doll.
You know, I don't trust video, and I trust still shots even less.
But then if you go to the secondary model, he looks awful. Like he's not an attractive man at all. To me.
Really, he's attractive, but
that hairline.
I reckon he'd smash pussy.
Maybe
I don't
so.
think he'd struggle. I don't reckon he'd struggle. That jacket's not going to help him though.
Even at $1,500, that jacket is not going to get the job done.
Yeah, you know what?
He looks like someone that just like a Skinner and Tanner that just crawled out of the fucking bush in like the 1700s.
Yeah,
What's
she's in the Revenant.
I skipped my part of the so naturally I'm going to steal Jackie's money and claim it as my own. I have $1,200 to blow. What should I do?
More workout stuff. More
yourself a $1,200 whore in Las Vegas, like I told that other
guy. Well, you get a $600.
You spend it on a whore
or two $600 whores.
They say that drug dealers with these stimulus packages are actually one of the most effective ways to get money back into the economy. Drug dealers and prostitutes, because they blow money on ridiculous bullshit instantly. Because of the way they live their lives, they just get the drug money and then they just go buy like big flat screen tellies and televisions and stuff. Whereas like, I don't know, I'm probably speaking out of turn for you guys, but I'm pretty sure we're all middle class white people. So we just like, just maybe like, yeah, I might just put that away just in case, you know. Whereas
anyway, I would just put it with the rest, as they say, like you know, it's not gonna get spent or anything. But I keep doling this money out. I feel like, when do I get a little bit of it? Like
we don't get anything. Our taxes are going to go up. Yay! Stinks. So maybe if we become like Sudanese citizens, we can around and then claim benefits that we already paid to Sudanese.
Taylor, I can one up you. Gender flexible Pakistani citizens. That's where the money's going. $10 million. How many of us can there be? We'll end up splitting it 4 ways.
You think it is for that stuff, or is it like fully just like teaching like in female schools? Because it's like
that's what I asked too. Yeah, I suspect that like they're trying to make like women not such a second-class citizen. I'm just guessing though.
Yeah. Like leadership in women's schools or gender studies course. I don't know. I'm trying to find it again. Doesn't matter. But there's a lot of examples of really banana shit.
Yeah, but that's not as funny.
It's not like the worst thing in the world to like fucking to put money into. But it's like it feels like the Americans that I talk to on a day-to-day basis, like through streaming, like I've had so many people come to me and just be like, I don't know how I'm paying my rent next week. Lost my job, COVID, no idea what the fuck to do. I'm screwed. And
yeah, you know who should be paying for that? Pakistan. Let them pay for their own shit.
Yeah.
Like it's not our job. What is this?
What?
This says for carrying out titles 2, 3, and Jesus Christ, what is that? 17 of the PHS Act with respect to global health, 592 million, of which 128 million shall remain available through September 30th, 2022 for international HIV/AIDS, and 193 million shall remain available through September 2023 for global disease detection and emergency response, provided that funds may be used for purchase and insurance of official motor vehicles in foreign countries.
Yeah, I like Trump's idea. Hey, let's bump it to 2,000 and let's take out the silly stuff.
Yeah, get rid of all the nonsense. Like it is nice to see so many people on every, iota of the spectrum seemingly politically being like, whoa. This is bullshit. Like this should help Americans. This isn't about, paying out, global ransoms or bounties or fucking payments. That's silly. No, it's not fair.
Remember how it took them 6 months of debating and going back and forth and figuring it out? Is this what they were doing? Were they like, I'll give you fish hatcheries if you give me gender studies in Pakistan?
Oh, exactly.
They're doing that for months and months until we arrived at this bullshit.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, just like hundreds of people just like getting lobbied like nonstop. They were just like, these senators were just like, all right, the coffers are open. What can I do for you? And then they're just accepting meetings, and they're just like, I'll give you a ride in my private jet, and you can fuck my wife. You got to fund Disney $140 million though, and it's like,
all right, but I need Mandalorian season 2, some spin-offs, and pictures of your wife.
So you're gonna have to take some money out of the fish hatchery and maybe a little money from Israel and Sudan, the Asian alliance.
Senator Grimsby from Fish Hatchery come and fuck your wife as well. Yeah, all right. Sweet.
Like the American people just getting all that money for all this came from the direct payouts that Americans should have received.
We had one during the GFC, the global financial crisis or whatever you guys call it, when you guys tanked the. I'm blaming you guys personally. Tanked the mortgage market, and it was like. Legitimately, they were just like, bang, signed, $1,000 each, and then they were just like, everyone gets it, and then they just like doled it out, and then it was just done. It was like super quick, and then they just did another one, and it was just seemed like really, like it's not the best way to stimulate the economy, but I mean, there's worse ways to stimulate the economy.
I mean, I would imagine it's better to Woody's point earlier, do a ton of direct payments to people who are immediately going to be reinvesting and spending all that money trying to survive, than be like, oh man, we're going to give Facebook and Google and YouTube and Instagram and Twitter, all these big tech companies, they're going to get huge amounts of money. Oh, but they're going to be hiring people. Oh, well, they're not going to be hiring Americans. They're going to be hiring Indians because of H-1B visas being able that they can't even negotiate their salaries, so they get the work for cheaper. But no, you'll get it. It'll trickle down this time.
I didn't get to finish that thought. But there's 3 things we could do, right? We could give it to big companies, hope it trickles down. We could give it to everyone, like we're doing some now, or we could do it to unemployment. We're doing some of that too. Okay, let's take big companies off the table. Everybody hates that. Fuck them. Unemployment. Those are the people that really need it. The people that can't make their rent. The people that part of me finds it a little yucky. Because, I guess during the last global financial crisis, the one that Obama inherited, I had a neighbor that turned down job after job after job. And to his defense, they weren't great jobs. He didn't like them. I remember one was what is an officer in a woman's prison called?
Correctional officer, right?
Maybe it's
Officer.
okay. So it was that, right? He was going to work in a women's prison. Kind of sucks, but I think he would have taken that job.
What did he do before that?
He worked for a printing company, and printing is a dying industry. So he found it difficult to get a new job in the printing industry and just sort of stayed unemployed for years. And I think he wouldn't have stayed unemployed for years if unemployment didn't last for years. But instead it was like, I don't have to work. Yeah. I can live off unemployment. And unemployment's especially juicy right now because we hyped it up with these extra payments from the federal government. We're doing that again. And I just wonder, like, these are the people, on one hand, these are the guys that need it the most. I get it. It's going straight to the most needy. And when you don't pay a guy who's unemployed, you're also making hungry children, right? You're making displaced families. You're breaking marriages. Like, lots of horrible shit is happening. But too much of a good thing, one of the reasons capitalism works is because you're forced to go out there and make it happen. So distributing this money in rough economic times is tricky.
In Australia, I think we have like a system that really fucks people over. Is that like you can sit on unemployment, and like I would say I'm pretty socialist. Like when in the dispersal of like unemployment, and it's like, yeah, that's fine. Unemployment's good, but it's like there's no point in getting off unemployment sometimes, because if you go and like if you do nothing and you still receive your unemployment benefit and it doesn't matter, then you apply for a job and you get paid like absolute minimum wage and you have to work 40 hours a week and you get paid less. It's like, why would you fucking bother? Right. Like, you can just go and do like stay on unemployment and then go and work like cash jobs and take that on top, and then you can live like a much better life. And it like maybe the gap in like the unemployment isn't the fact that it's like the unemployment is too high. It's the fact that the minimum wage is too low, or it's like impossible for people to find a job because they don't have the education they need. So it's like, where do you put it? Like, you put it into education, you raise the minimum wage, and then you stimulate like fucking big companies or something like that. But then it's like, there's a million different things you can do, really.
Even when they put it in education and shit, it always seems like it ends up in rich universities' endowments more than helping anybody actually get educated.
I could make an argument for, giving to unemployment is an act of kindness. You don't want hungry kids, etc. On the other hand, that kind of generosity in the long term, I mean, these are guys who are 2 years farther back on their career than they would have had to have been, right? These are like, you could be picking up new skills. It might seem like unemployment is the coolest option because it's like vacation.
Well, it will for some people, but some people won't. Some people will be like, fuck that, I'm going to sit around and do nothing. Like,
yeah, I don't know. Like, it forcing you to go out and work and do a career and stuff, it is actually an act of kindness too. And, building skills and eventually you want yourself in a place where multiple companies are competing for the honor of paying you 6 digits, right? That's your objective out there. If you're listening, you want, like, if this 6-digit job ever dries up, there's 3 more who wish they had you. That's where you're trying to get yourself, and you don't get there on unemployment. So
I feel like there's it's one solution, like the unemployment solution, and like having these like fucking like these payments that go to people is a cookie cutter solution for there's like millions of people that have like way different problems. Like, why are they unemployed? Can you actually like assess that and like find out, do they just not want to work? Because if they don't want to work, then it's like, it's a different story. But if they can't find work, then that's another fucking story.
It's so tricky. I heard someone, it was from my chat, and he gave me a really valid reason to stay unemployed. He's a young guy. He advanced in his career very quickly. It was in construction. And he had like a managerial position, maybe a foreman. I'll get the details wrong. And he was like, man, if I go anywhere else, I can't have this job back. Yeah. So what I really need to do is for my old position to fire back up again and be there. Because if I just go into some other industry, then I get devalued and I'll lose my spot. I'll lose my position in growth. So it's like, it kind of makes sense for you to wait for that door to open back up. I get it. And I wish that we could distinguish between him somehow. I know this is a hard ask. And the other guy who's really hurting themselves by not getting a job and becoming more marketable.
The guy that's just happy to sit around and smoke drugs and do whatever all day, you know, like, we should not say smoking weed is bad, but like, as long as you're functional in society.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what I would use the $600 for? I would buy a realistic Witch King flail, like the one sitting behind you. Can you grab that?
That is Sauron's mace.
Or Sauron's mace, I'm sorry.
Taylor, you were our ace on these things.
I had it in my head that I wouldn't actually buy Sauron's mace.
What if he bashed the dog with it and just threw the dog into the wall? What if he full sent it and just destroyed the dog?
Wow.
So that is really cool. I would go for the Witch King flail because I like the weight and the heft of that scene when he lifts it up.
I wanted to have that thing where he presses a button and then it separates into a flail.
I think it has a rubber head. Did I see it moving? Does it have a rubber head?
Yeah, it's a rubber head. Like, it's not that
way you can bring it to Comic-Cons and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, I assume so. It's still like a wooden pole inside of it. I reckon you could still hurt someone with it, but I don't know if I'd pick it up in a self-defense situation. But it's
So why did you get it? How did you come to own that?
My wife brought it for me because she knows I love Lord of the Rings.
What is that bug flying around your mic?
I don't know. I'll get the door open because the dog goes in and out, outside, and then it decided there's a fly.
Is it a bee?
That decided that it wants to fucking attack me. I got a fly. Anyway. Yeah, no, we're both obsessed with Lord of the Rings. So she got me the painting there is like the Middle Earth, and so's the other one just there. So I have 2 maps of Middle Earth here, and then a Gandalf in the back as well.
So in America, we decorate our walls with stuff like that. You guys just decorate your floors, I guess.
We moved house, and then it's become a bit of a meme. So we're going to be painting and doing the whole decoration, build shelves and stuff like that. And I'm going to build shelving all through here. And then my chat on Twitch is just like, hang those fucking pictures up. And now it's just like, nah, it's a 10,000 sub goal to hang a picture. I refuse to fucking do it.
How many subs do you have?
2,000 at the moment. I have.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's been higher, but at the same time, I moved house and then I took time off, and I think it usually sits around 3,000, but I mean, with the Twitch contract, it doesn't really matter. So it's
good numbers though.
I got to get one of those juicy Twitch contracts. Woody, we got to go balls to the wall. First quarter of Twitch.
I need them to offer me a Twitch contract and confuse me with someone else. So you're Pastilli's gamer tag? Yes, that's me. You're Dr. Dis gamer tag. Yeah. Sign me up for a $2 million contract or whatever he gets.
Dr. Disincentive?
That's what I should have said.
It's not very good content. I don't put a lot of effort in. There's no reason for people to watch.
Maybe a trampoline for $600. That'd be cool. Oh, Taylor, I meant to ask you. So you got your basement gym, and you've just about used all the floor space, which is pretty notable. Basements are a good size. Mm-hmm. Do you have any equipment that you consider a buying mistake?
Not yet. I mean, the power rack with the barbell and everything, obviously that's not a mistake. You can bench, squat, deadlift, do whatever you need. The chest fly machine, definitely not a mistake. I feel like I get really good activation in my chest there, even more so than I get with benching sometimes, because it is more of it forces you to do your chest. The lat pull machine, lat pull down and the seated row with the seated row attachment, that's excellent. That's probably my favorite piece in my gym now. I use that. That's my whole
shirt off and show us how it's going.
No. Mostly, see, I'm building a giant piece of marble to then chisel down at an indeterminate date in the future. Tons of muscle, also tons of fat.
Taylor's actually really strong. Taylor, what's your farmer's carry?
I think there's I upped it recently. I think there's 125 on each handle. So it's
you carry 125 farmers? Where do you find that many farmers? Well,
I live in Missouri. There's a lot of farmers. You just put one at a gas station, heave them over, and
But you know what the fucking farmer's carry is?
Taylor's
It's where
very
you
strong.
you grab two handles, and then you just pick them up and you walk as far as you can until you can't hold them anymore.
Oh, is that like that big log sort of thing? Oh yeah, that thing. The barbell goes around you.
Yeah, mine aren't that fancy. It's just a handle with a post that you put plates on, but it's the same basic shit. Yeah, those things were one of the cheapest pieces in my gym. I use those constantly, so that's not a mistake. The only thing,
125 kilos.
Pounds.
125 pounds
in each hand.
In each hand. So that's like
each hand.
Yeah,
like
so
52 kilos or something
per hand. Is that right? Something like that.
I'm just doing it in my head. I don't know.
Do you ever have to take multiple trips for the shopping? 52 kilos.
56 kilos. Okay. Well, that's
Is it exactly 56 kilos?
Yeah. Oh, 56.9. Oh, 6.9. Sorry. Nice.
Yeah. Well, to answer your question, Woody, I think I'm fortunate. Like
You don't have any buying mistakes.
In the future, so far, I like everything. That hex bar that Slush was talking about, I don't use that for the farmer's carries, but I use it for shrugs and some other stuff. That thing's excellent. And I went cheap as shit on that. Like all those hex bars were like solid metal pieces that looked all nice and sleek. I got this cap one that you have to screw together every bit of it. And it looks crappy, but it's in my basement. And I think it was like $48 compared to like $160 for some of the nice looking ones. But that thing's great. The back hyperextension stand I only use that on leg and core days, but that was only like $120. So I'm pretty lucky so far. I like all of it. And then my girlfriend gets a ton of use out of the elliptical and the treadmill. I do not. I get borderline zero use.
That's for the later chiseling when you come out.
Yeah, that's when I'm finally satisfied.
Yeah.
Is the elliptical a lot of work? This is a standing elliptical, right? Like not a yeah.
It's a pretty big one too. Like it's not like for a home elliptical, it's pretty meaty. Like it's not going to shake. It's not going to move, even with someone bigger like I am running around on it.
How much do you weigh, if you don't mind me asking?
225 right now.
20. Now I have to go and convert again.
And I'm 6 feet tall, so lot bit fat right now. Good amount of muscle. Also, I do lift a ton, like very very often.
And some big weights. I'm trying to ask you about your most impressive exercise. Like I've been selecting. Didn't you bench a lot? You benched a ton by my standards.
I did 285 3 times, 285 pounds 3 times.
That's a big bench.
Oh
yeah, but
it's pounds, right? You didn't go kg again, did you?
No, but because 130 kilos. That's a big bench. I consider myself fairly strong for someone that doesn't really sit around and I sit around a lot, but I'm a fairly big guy and I worked manual labor a lot when I was younger, and so I was always I was never weak. But 130 kilos, that's a pretty impressive bench.
Taylor's really strong. Like he can't see it because he's only showing shoulder up, but he has big arms.
I started when he stood up. I was like, save that one for later.
Put that thing back on the Hitachi and try it again.
You were saying you were really active growing up. What were your sports of choice that you enjoyed?
I played. So we have football here, but it's different. So it's Australian rules football, where you it's I don't even know. I guess you call it Gaelic football in America, but they use an egg-shaped ball. I don't know if you've never seen it. It's called AFL, but it's on a big field.
Like a mix. There's some rugby mixed in there, maybe, or something.
Well, you
do breaks.
You do tackle. I played that. I played rugby as well, which it's just similar to NFL. And then I played field hockey for a while because my brother was a goalie and they needed a stand-in for a team, so I played that for a couple of years.
Did you like that? They only had girls field hockey here, that really wasn't offered for boys.
Well, it's they have it for boys, but it's it's like lacrosse for Americans. They have boys teams for lacrosse. The field hockey teams for Australians for guys is like lacrosse. It's just cunts hitting each other with sticks. It's just fucking really. Okay. It's I didn't like it because it's just this rock hard concrete egg just flying around at fucking 180 miles per hour, and all you've got is a mouth guard and a couple of shin guards, and then you go like you're running along, and there's some pricks like trying to ram his stick up underneath your crotch to try and like fucking rip your cock off with it. But
similar to hockey in that way. Yeah. I assume ice hockey, not very big in Australia.
Nah, not at all. But I did, yeah. So I played football and rugby and field hockey, and I did boxing and go-kart racing as well.
Did boxing? Just kind of casually, or like how old were you doing
that? Mostly through high school. So like age like 12 to like 18, I did boxing. So did it for like 6 years, but it was like I had 2 fights. So and they weren't like, they were just like amateur, like literally at the club go, and people that want to rock up. And I fought one guy who was like tiny, and I pounded the ever living shit out of him. And then they were like, okay, he's 16. All right, he's a pretty big guy. We'll fight. You can fight this 18-year-old. And then this guy just fucking beat the ever living shit out of me. And I was like, yep, never doing that again. So he just like, he owned me, like raining blows down upon me. I didn't even know. I don't even.
It doesn't look fun. Like I have a buddy who, and I'm 29 now, and this was like 2 years ago. We were both 27. That he was like, I've done some like jiu-jitsu training casually. I'm gonna start doing like fighting, like amateur fighting, and. He did one. This was like just a year ago after training for a year, and he beat the fucking tar out of a dude. It wasn't boxing; it was MMA, mixed martial arts. And so, like, we all bought tickets. We went and watched him. They had little like come out music. Everyone was amped up. It was fun to watch, probably just because I knew him. And he beat the shit out of this guy, and it was so satisfying. Like, yeah, dude, I know that guy, and he just bloodied and bashed that dude. And then and then he won his second fight. I went and saw him there. His third fight, he sent the video to us because a lot of us weren't able to go, and like. If there were a police officer there, he should have arrested the person that was fighting my friend because it was attempted murder. How bad he got beat. Like, and it changed, it flipped his script on it immediately. Cause we've been telling him for a while, like, dude, you're going to get your skull rocked or your brain bounced and something bad's going to happen and you're going to regret doing this. Like, just don't. He's like, it's fine. That one big loss, he was complaining for weeks afterward. Like, I think I had a concussion. I should have gone to the hospital. My head hurts so bad. And that last time I saw him, like, you still going to do that again, Tim? Like, you still going to be challenging people? He's like, fuck no, dude. That was the dumbest decision of my life to get into amateur MMA at almost 30 competing.
He was like, but one of my friends did that. We're in our mid-20s, and he was like, he was good, and he fought a bunch of guys over here, and then he went to Vegas to train, and he was sparring with a guy. And this guy like roundhouse heel kicked him in the face and like fractured his jaw and his eye socket and gave him like this insane concussion. And they're just like, you can never fight again. Like you've like, this guy has literally just like kicked your head off. Like, you're lucky you don't have brain damage, and so he just couldn't fight anymore. Like,
none of it looks like fun. You couldn't pay me to do any. Actually, you absolutely could pay me. It would just take a lot.
Send the contract.
I said to Clean, another Tarkov streamer, that I'd fight him for Twitch fights. I said to him, you need to give me a year. I'm in really bad shape, so you gotta let me get in shape, and then I'll fight him, because he's like shredded and an MMA fighter. But I'm like, I'll do it, but you're gonna kick my ass. I know you're gonna kick my ass. I'll go in and get punched in the face for money. I don't mind.
It's like, no, I meant a Jupiter year, so I'll see you.
I reckon I could give me a year. I reckon I could get fit enough to fight him, but he would still fuck me up. Couldn't.
Fit enough to lose.
Fit enough to go like 1 or 2 rounds without getting just like instantly exhausted in the first minute and then choked out. You know.
To close the skill gap, you could close the fitness gap in a year perhaps if you're motivated, but the skill gap would take longer.
Yeah, I think that like the kicking and stuff like that. Like, I know how to punch. Like, obviously not like, I'm not a professional boxer, but like I could learn how to punch, but I don't think I could learn how to grapple or kick in a year anywhere near what like he's been training for ages, and he has had fights. There's no way I could close that gap. But I was like, why not? Maybe I'll just not train and I'll just go in weighing like twice as much as him and just try and like grab him and just sit on him or some shit.
You've got one body slam attempt.
Yeah, and then he just like gouge my eyes out or something.
Unless you can get square on top of him and hope that he had like a big lunch. You're
Yeah.
not gonna end well.
He would fuck me up though. Like he's jacked as fuck. But it's I thought it'd be funny. Why not?
How serious is this Jake Paul fighting Ben Askren thing? Is that going to happen?
That's news to me. Man, I just really side on the side of people that are actual professional fighters and not people who are trying to fight that are like, YouTubers and stuff. Like, first of all, Jake's a lot bigger than Ben.
I'll put $5 on Jake Paul if it happens.
Yeah. See, the thing is, it's not that Ben Askren's not a great boxer.
I know.
Like this is a real weird fight, right?
Yeah.
Now,
Connor?
Paul. Logan trains with Paulo Costa, and Costa KO'd him the other day. But Costa,
that happened recent. That happened months ago. Did it happen again?
He did it again. Then I guess they spar hard.
Damn.
Thing is, like, Costa could literally take Ben Askren's life from him if he wanted to. I believe, and so like that's not a good comparison at all. Yeah, I guess. Fuck, it's boxing, right? Yeah, it's boxing.
It's boxing, and it's Jake. I don't know who's better, but at boxing, Jake or Logan.
See, I would take your bet. The only reason I don't want to is because it's boxing judging. Because I think it's going to go the distance, and we're going to have to count on boxing judging. And like, I don't know much about boxing, but I think even a novice can like watch a fist fight and be like, oh, well, that guy hit that guy a lot more times. That guy was getting pushed around. This guy clearly won the fight. Like, you can watch a schoolyard fight and determine a winner. You don't have to be some aficionado. And I watch so many boxing fights where I'm like, bullshit. No, you're wrong. And you clearly know more than me, and you still got it wrong, which means you're corrupt. And like, it seems that
sometimes I'm too impressed by misses. Right? I'm like, ooh, yeah, look, this guy's been throwing a lot more, this and that. And then upon further like slow motion and stuff, it's like, yeah, I was being impressed by misses. Those weren't landing like I thought they were.
I watched the Tyson fight. Like that's the most recent one.
Yeah.
Right? Where like it was just the fix was in. They had agreed like there was an agreed upon draw from the very beginning. So like, I don't know why I didn't know that going in. If I had, I wouldn't have even bothered looking. And then I go back to when Conor boxed Floyd Mayweather, and look, Floyd won the fight.
The most boring fight in the world.
I didn't think so. I thought it was fun.
Actually, no. I was thinking of Mayweather versus who's the other?
Pacquiao.
Yeah. God, that was boring.
Yeah.
But
Conor versus Mayweather was, look, it wasn't nearly as cool as a Conor. Like, I would rather watch that Conor versus Cowboy, a fight like that, or Conor versus Khabib, or Conor versus fucking Jose Aldo, like one of those 13-second like crazy, just oh my god, it's like you're like my heart was beating so fast when he just destroyed Cowboy a few months ago, and the same thing when like he KO'd Aldo like 5 years ago. It's crazy. Then watch that drawn out. Like, pussyfooting around boxing bullshit, pillow fist nonsense,
clutching, holding, ref breaking up again and again and again.
I hate it so much when they grab each other. It's like how is this a sport? Like in no other sport is that a thing. Like imagine if that was a thing in football where like, I don't know, you could just kind of like grab the other guy and, oh, well, now the play is stopped. We got to reset because he hugged the other guy. And as we all know, the hug is the break in contact. Like, what?
YouTubers
like, what kind
have
of gay shit is this? Like, it's literally a sport where the two men are fighting over a purse to begin with, right? And a belt. and then like a huge part of it is the two men hugging shirtless in the middle of the ring, face to face. Like,
they should be in missionary position. Yeah, YouTube has made boxing popular, with the Jake and Logan Paul. They might be the biggest names in boxing right now. Maybe Tyson is, but Jake and Logan Paul could be second and third biggest names in boxing. And it's really not that good a product. So I'm with you there. But Ben Askren's, if people don't know, Ben Askren's most recently a UFC fighter. He was undefeated for a long, long portion of his career. He's very, very good, but he's a well-known wrestler. He wrestled in college, and more than any other fighter I can think of, relied on his grappling. He never, ever tried to engage on the feet, really. He just went straight to grappling. So for him in a boxing match, I'm not even sure he has professional level striking.
Well, it feels like he's calling out a bird to have a 150-meter swimming contest. It's like,
right?
Who cares?
So, and also, I say this again and again, a YouTuber has never been beat by a professional athlete, right? YouTubers are undefeated. The only people who can beat YouTubers in boxing, it would appear, are other YouTubers. So the
maybe
smart
Twitch
money
streamer, yeah,
right?
Also, it's like I can never tell these two cunts apart. These Paul blokes,
Right.
Look okay, and apparently they did like Div 1 wrestling, and one of them did Div 1 wrestling. They look like I wouldn't fight them. They'd probably fucking rock my skull.
First of all, I've met Logan. He's enormous. Like
he's very tall, aren't they? Yeah.
I don't know what his stat sheet says, but I would guesstimate by standing next to him and like putting my hands on him that he was 6'3", because he's definitely taller than me. But his neck, I've got big hands, and there's no way I could get my hands around this man's neck. It's so fucking thick, and he's jacked.
I want to know where on Fetlife you found the Logan Paul choking fetish.
I don't. I was in this stupid movie with him, and there's a part where I have to choke him, and and I'm choking him, and I'm just like, dude, nobody's gonna believe that I could choke you. You realize? He's like, well, you do have the knife, and I'm like, I don't like my chances. I think you could probably take this away from me, man. He's like, no, that's a big knife. I'm like, you're a big boy. I think you can take this knife away from me. And
whatever happened to that movie?
They cut me out of it, thank God, because I feel like it was not going to be a good look.
Really? So it came out and you were cut out of it?
Yes. I was honestly very happy that I
were you
I was
paid for it, or did you do it like as
I got paid like whatever the Screen Actors Guild like minimum is, like which is like maybe $600 a day or something like that. I don't remember exactly.
Did you get a Screen Actors Guild card for it or anything?
I think I had to sign up for something. Yeah, I don't remember the specifics, but the you know, like Vitaly was the main villain, and I was like working with Vitaly to like kill everybody that was on the plane. So I think they just cut me out.
The Russian accent.
Oh yeah, it was yeah, because Vitaly's also Russian. Well, actually Russian, I should say. And the whole thing was that like we were working together to take out all the like influencers and YouTubers, and then he like turns on me at the end of the movie and kills me. And but no, I was honestly like. I didn't want to do it to begin with. Like my what do you call it? YouTube partner thing, your
network.
I owed my network a favor. They just had like bought my contract out from Machinima. They had spent like 6 figures, well over that, to like get me out of that stupid Machinima contract. And they were like, you know, we'd really appreciate it if you do this thing. And I'm like, all right. As long as I don't have to like, as long as you'll pay for everything, I'll do it. And it was just a fucking hassle. I flew to LA either twice or maybe even 3 fucking times. Like the first time I flew to LA, stayed at a hotel the housing situation was fucked. But in any case, I stayed out there for at least 2 nights, maybe 3. And because like movie production is so fucked and like the time schedule is always getting moved around, all that happened was I got measured for my wardrobe. Like I literally flew to LA, got measured for wardrobe, spent like at least 2 days there, flew back, and then flew back again like maybe a week later or something for my scenes. And I was there for like another like 2 or 3 days or something like that.
So were you upset with that?
Oh, I honestly didn't mind because I was getting a free trip to LA, and you know, all the, you know, it's legal weed out there, and I know girls out there, so like, you know, once we got my housing situation fixed, because it was like they were bouncing me around to like 2 different shitty places before I made them pay for a nice place. I was in like a pretty fucking nice apartment with like a girl and tons of weed, so I didn't mind. I was right there on like the Walk of Stars or whatever. I know that's a big area, but like I could look down and see hookers and all sorts of crazy nonsense at night down from like the 5th floor and like smoke weed on the balcony all day and all night when I wasn't filming. So I didn't mind. I like traveling, but no, I was glad that they cut me out, frankly, because I felt like it was just silly. I didn't want to be doing the whole thing at all. I'm like wearing some suit, like running around in an airplane, like having a knife fight with somebody.
Did you feel silly?
Yes, I felt silly. It was goofy. It's goofy. I'm like spitting blood as I get stabbed. Vitaly's like, Vitaly kisses me. Like I just didn't want a clip of me and Vitaly kissing to exist forever. You know, like
I'm sure it's out there.
But it does. Someone's gonna release it after this. There'll be some guy who's
director's
like
cut.
$50 patron sub who's just like, yes, guess what? I actually worked on that film and I have a saved copy.
It wouldn't be the worst thing, but yeah. I honestly, it was just cool to sort of meet Logan because I thought he was a nice guy. And what I always say about Logan when he comes up, because for a long time he was getting so much shit because of that Japanese suicide forest thing, was was it like every time I met him or was in a room with him, like he treated me like an equal and he was cool with me and he was very polite and nice to me and like took care of any concerns I had and I got to meet Farva from Super Troopers. He was also in the movie. I don't know the actor's name, but like I love Super Troopers. So like while I was getting my makeup done, he's like right next to me getting his makeup done. So we had like a 30-minute conversation. So that alone, honestly, was worth the whole ordeal. Just like chilling with Farva for half an hour. Huh?
Was he a friendly guy?
Really friendly. Like he initiated a conversation with me, and I was like, I think I told him I was like, man, I'm a big fan of Super Troopers and the Broken Lizard stuff. Like I grew up with that. It's really cool to meet you. And he was like, oh yeah, thank you. And we talked about the Super Troopers and how they made that movie and stuff like that. And I don't know, it was cool to meet him. Meeting him, like I said, was worth the whole ordeal of the 4 transcontinental flights and all the bullshit.
And getting cut from that wonderful motion picture.
I was so
was it a full-length picture?
I think it was 90 minutes or something like that.
I was like 90 minutes. Oh.
I mean, they were in like I don't know a ton about movie production, but like they had a movie studio and like the movie is filmed on a plane, like almost all of it is. And so like they had like a giant jumbo jet set inside of a movie studio like warehouse, and like I don't know, it's a plane. Like you know,
could be worth a bit of money.
I guess. I don't know. It wasn't like this was like a YouTube production where there's like 15 people working on it or something like that. There was hundreds of people there.
Called?
Huh?
What's it called?
Airplane mode, I think.
Airplane, right? Yeah, okay, that turns me off instantly.
Yeah, because the whole idea was that
so it's like is it a new thing? Because there's like a trailer out at the moment. Like,
maybe they never released it. Maybe it got tied up. I think they had some kind of legal issue with the name or something at one point.
Here's Airplane Mode, 19th of September 2019, official trailer for 2020.
God, maybe it might still come out.
Imagine if they uncut you. Oh, he's that. Oh, it's that.
It'll be fun.
Who's that in the trailer? Who's that chick that got really famous on Instagram?
Oh, is it a really cute small chick?
Yeah, I can't remember her name.
I felt there's a part where I'm restraining her and I felt uncomfortable.
You felt aroused is what you meant to say.
I was like, you didn't tell me I was going to have to put my hand over her mouth. I haven't washed my hand all day. I just remember like I've got my hand literally over her mouth and like, I'm thinking like, I wouldn't put my hand over my mouth right now. I would wash my own hand before I ate anything right now. And it's just all over her mouth. And I'm thinking like,
dirty girl.
Like,
I'm just me.
This thing I would like right now, this trailer, and it's like the airport security is that like they're coming, they raping everybody, like that they cut from the YouTube videos.
So that's the premise of the movie is that the airplane is full of like YouTube influencers and Instagram people, and because they're all so like vapid and self-absorbed, they all want to be like on their phones doing their bullshit. And they don't put their phones on airplane mode, and that causes some sort of malfunction because one phone off of airplane mode won't do anything, but literally 250 of them apparently does, and that's sort of the premise of the movie.
Do you remember back in the day, people used to make songs and mention like 13 YouTubers in the song, hoping they'd get a shout out and just try to earn their own like clout and love off of everybody else?
Oh, this is my favorite. This is my favorite quote here from the thingo. And over 23 of the biggest YouTubers.
That's what they're doing.
Over 23 of them. You might be in one of the deleted scenes.
Not over 20.
Oh, deleted scene. Yeah, but that's kind of the point I was getting to. Like, I feel like they made this movie in hopes that it would be popular, not because it's a cinematic masterpiece, but because everybody wants to see X YouTuber.
Of course. They were going to leverage the
fan bases,
Instagrams and Facebooks and just general fan base of all of the people who were in it, for sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I guess it didn't make money.
In a movie called Manhattan?
Mm-mm.
Then you have been falsely attributed for a movie from 2013. Because it says you are most known for Manhattan. A 2013 film where you played Julian Rockenberg.
I don't know anything about that.
I don't know anything about that.
It's one of the 8 million movies that was recently deleted.
Amanda Sterny, that's her name.
That may have been the girl I was restraining. I don't remember her name. She was super fucking hot, though. Like, she was, like, hard to be in the same room with hot.
I'm glad you said... You've mentioned 2 stories about that recently. Sometimes women can be distractingly good looking.
Yeah.
I find that women think that about me sometimes.
I can see that. Yeah.
Oh, no, wait, just the other one. Distractingly ugly.
Rapey.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, rapey. Yeah. He looks like a sexual pest. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, this is 4 years ago now, but like, I remember I was telling the story. We were touring dorms that Hope would go to at UNC. UNC's a college nearby. And there was a woman on like an elliptical trainer, I think, in her yoga pants and like a sports bra. And they're like, this is the gym. And we're in there as they're giving a tour of the gym for a while, like 10 minutes. And again, like, no one's going to mention this. No, she is perfect. She's over the top good looking, right? Like Hollywood stars would say, I wish I looked like this woman. And we're all sitting here acting like we care about the fucking rack. Well, okay, maybe that's the wrong thing to. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, just distractingly beautiful person.
We don't have people like that in
Australia.
We're from the mid. No, we do in Australia, but we're from the middle of nowhere, mate. It's like you're lucky if you land a better than ace swamp donkey, you know, man. we just do the best. No, okay.
A swamp donkey.
We're like the Alabama of Australia, man.
How many people live in Tanzania?
Tanzania? Fuck knows. Been in Tasmania?
Tasmania, sorry.
400,000 on the island?
Wouldn't that be funny if you live in Tanzania?
It would be funny if you wanted to go to Australia but you booked a flight to Tanzania instead. And you're like, a lot of abos here. God damn, I didn't realize.
Welcome to Tanzania. They wanted to go.
Yeah. It's there's I don't think there's even very much Aboriginal population left in Tasmania. I think the white man dealt with that pretty early. Similar to
good.
They finally lost.
Good. I watched that movie Quigley Down Under, and I root for the bad guys the whole time.
Quigley Down Under.
Yeah, that's a movie that I bet none of you have seen, but you should all watch it.
Yeah.
I watched it with you.
I'm glad you've seen it because like every Australian should see that. Like it's an American Western placed in Australia. It's great.
We watched that together, Kyle.
So,
oh, that's right. Years ago. Yeah.
Wow, I'm
I get awkward around this topic because I'm like so as I said, like convict stock before so my family came to Australia as criminals, and one of my ancestors, I think it's like my great grandfather, he came to Australia as a criminal, and he did his time in like the penal colony, which sounds like a pornographic place where you go to.
It's really what they say. Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know what crime he committed, but essentially he came here and then afterwards was employed, and his job was literally to hunt native Australians. That's all he did.
Paying.
Yeah, apparently he just rode around on a horse with other guys and just hunted humans. That was his job.
A horse, very old school, just out in the outback on a horse.
It was a fair while ago, but that was his job. His job was he was employed government, English government genocide.
He's like a bounty hunter.
Yeah, but like for anyone that was black, that's my family history. Was he
good at it? Was he like a well-renowned man?
I have no idea. Honestly don't know, but like that was his job. It's fucking weird. It's like, no, that's where my great grandfather was just he's a manhunter. Yeah.
A manhunter.
Yeah, he just hunts men.
How did he go about it? Did he just catch them like getting into their cars or like into a saloon?
No, this is like fucking like ages and ages ago.
I know, like probably the 80s, right?
No, I'd say 80s. Yeah, he just hit them up while they were jumping into their Commodores, mate, and just, slap him in the face with your thong, mate, and drag him out onto the street.
I just put a barrel of gas out there. There's a bit of bait. Then I wait for him to go over and start having it. Then I just over there. You're under arrest by the Queen's English and the Authority of Australia, wherever we reserve it from.
You're sentenced to the crime of being black, and you're dead.
The Queen wants you gone.
That was weird. I found that out about my family history, like I think like a year and a half ago, and I was like, I don't know how that makes me feel. It's like you're like, it's like obviously like in America, there's a lot of people that are just like, oh yeah, my family like they own slaves or something like that. It's like, no, I had an ancestor. His job was literally just to hunt them down and kill them. Not even fucking.
He didn't arrest him. He was
just hunt and like vomit and extermination.
You don't arrest an animal, Taylor. Like you.
I was just
that's like asking exterminator. Like you don't arrest the cockroaches. We place them in little cockroach handcuffs. No, you fucking wipe them out.
I was just wondering before why you don't have a Twitch, Kyle, and then I was like, oh, no. You explain that to me.
Yeah, you know. No,
sometimes you push it. Sometimes when you push it too far, Twitch gives you the like boot. I've had the slappy boy.
Yeah, I'm lucky I haven't had to do that yet, but I'm probably only a matter of time.
I saw that. Like Woody, did you see this, Woody? Where it was like someone was talking about how in that episode of The Mandalorian, it was like the guard, the stormtrooper reacting to Moff Gideon telling him to put Baby Yoda in restraints, and him coming to the realization that they were in possession of baby-sized handcuffs, and thinking to himself, are we the baddies? Like, we have baby-sized handcuffs on board, ready to go. Are we the baddies?
Ready for anything?
Gotta be prepared.
Did the handcuffs stop him from using his force push?
Nah, I don't think so. I don't know what kind of.
That was how I interpreted it, and why they had a blue glow to them, like as opposed to being regular handcuffs. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that wouldn't stop that. I don't think.
Is Baby Yoda meant to be a dude or a? I don't know. I swear the face looks like feminine. Like
he is male. He is male. His name is Grogu.
Male?
Yes, he is.
Grogu.
Have we seen him? How do we know he's male?
Because he's referred to as him, like many times. Like
they don't even know what he is. Right?
Right? What? Just like they call a dog a good boy, and then you find out it's a girl.
All right.
Definitely him. Like definitely him.
Okay.
There was a female of that species, and you could tell that she was a lady. It wasn't like with dwarfs.
It's just like me, man. My wife has a huge beard as well.
Yeah.
Can't tell the difference.
Yeah. That might be the only good scene in the whole Hobbit trilogy, is when Legolas is like going through that guy's pockets and he's like, what is this? who's this guy? And he's like, it's me wife. He's like, and what's this? What is this troll? He's like, that's my boy Gimli.
Bring out of holes in the ground.
Which of course is ridiculous.
Aowen is like, stop fucking talking to me. I want to go get boned by Aragorn.
Yeah.
How old are you? 87. Well, I still want to fuck.
I think the new season of Letter.
I'm actually interested in a 3,000-year-old elf woman.
I got really into Letterkenny last month, and I watched every single episode, which isn't saying much because like some of the early seasons have very few episodes, but I think the new season just started, season 9. So I'm about to get back into that. I really like that fucking show. I like the main character. I like his whole thing. I like all of them really, but I really like I think his name's Wayne. I think the main character's name is Wayne.
Oh, okay.
I'm really digging that show. I want to know who writes it. I wonder if he writes it. I wouldn't be surprised.
Is his sister super hot?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you might come back and say she was too skinny or something, because I think she's super hot.
No, I think she's got a very pretty face. She's aged a little bit, but because they've been doing the show for 9 years. But no, she's really pretty.
Is the sister from Dexter hot?
No.
Wait,
and it has nothing to do with the fact that she's crazy skinny. She's got she's actually like a friend of my ex-girlfriend. Like they were like, I remember like when Dexter was a thing, like we were getting the inside scoop on some sort of on maybe it was either her cheating on her husband or her cheating with someone, with a married man or something like that. There was this whole drama going on, and I don't know. I was privy to all of that. It was kind of interesting because I was watching the show at the same time. But no, I don't think she's attractive. She's got like snaggle teeth and like ugly face. She looks like she ugly cries. And
I ugly cry. I'm attractive. Let me know.
She definitely ugly cries.
It's been a long time since I've watched the show, so I'm reserving the right to change my opinion. But I remember her being hot enough from the neck down to overcome her face and her oddly wide eyes.
That's because you like those women who are like so skinny, they're like stretched out prepubescent girls. You're into like 5 foot. You're into 5'6" tall prepubescent girls, like just lean as fuck. She has no titties, which
man,
I didn't even notice.
And if she sat in the corner, I'd guard it for a week, man. She's hot as fuck.
She's all rib cage and bones.
Let me see her. Do you know the actress's name by chance?
Nah, Dexter's Deborah
sister
is the character's name. Deborah from Dexter.
Jennifer Lee Carpenter, I think, is her name.
Not hot.
We're gonna let
my girlfriend was hotter, and my girlfriend's friend was also hotter. Like she's just not that attractive.
Really?
Like she just doesn't have an attractive face.
Now that I can line up with. I think that. So I don't find her to be ugly as much as I find her to be like not Hollywood pretty.
Yeah, right? I'm not picky, mate. Honestly.
Yeah.
I wouldn't kick her out of bed for farting because it's like I'm not picky, man.
Certainly not.
She looks like she's got a learning disorder.
What?
Her eyes are too far apart. She's got retard mouth, and she's got snaggle teeth.
What do you think? There's Legos in there? You can't tell.
She's got this thing. Look.
I'm picking off some of her better pictures, so it's a little bit cheating.
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm doing it honestly. I'm being out in front about it. Let me pick out some that aren't so good.
Nothing about her mouth looks like she's a retarded person.
Not in these pictures, because she's posing for a photographer. He's taking 100 photos.
On pennies or licking public door handles.
And he's going, oh, this one makes you look like you have a above room temperature IQ, ma'am. This one's perfect. As she's licking the floor.
I reckon she looks like she'd be really into like hitting and stuff, which I'm down for.
I grabbed that one.
It's her angry face, like shit, but she also looks like she'd be really fucking angry if you didn't clean the kitchen.
Yeah,
you know.
Or maybe Kyle's right. Maybe she's saying they're like, no, we want to get ice cream before I go to work.
Here's a less flattering
finish the
picture.
scenes.
And I'm sort of sticking by my opinion that, like, she's not a natural beauty, but she's really just short of Hollywood standards and not so much like an actually ugly person.
I agree with you. Yeah.
Wait, who would you consider? Like, are we talking like Hollywood standard? Be like the fucking. I mean, what's the chick that plays the elf that Aragorn bangs?
Liv Tyler.
Like, Liv Tyler. Is she a Hollywood? Because she I think she looks sort of similar to her.
I think that Liv Tyler is attractive, but she's not like a real beauty or anything. But Arwen is a different. If she'll keep those elf ears on,
yes,
then that bumps her up like 2 tiers of hotness.
Is it just AR Win?
Is it Aowen or
Aowen is
EOWY is
the other girl. That's EOWYN, but Arwen is ARWEN.
That's doing it. So so you're saying Liv Tyler's just okay, but Arwen is amazing because
there you go
in costume.
The same with Kate Blanchett. Kate Blanchett is just okay, but Galadriel is a smoke show.
Yeah, but she'd probably give you some kind of like fucking wizard blowjob or something that'd make you like.
I don't care if she gives me wizard AIDS.
She'd be like, yeah, I'm about to like show you the ring and then like suck the bed sheets through your asshole or something, man.
Dude, okay. All right.
You seem to look out again, Gandalf, since the last time I saw you. I had some relations with a different Radagast tonight.
Was she like eyes glowing?
He'd been fucking all the animals in the forest. And
now I know why they call him Radagast the Brown.
Anyway, her eyes glow and shit, and she's like, "If you offer me this dick, I would have power."
I don't know. I was just having a conversation earlier where like Scum was saying that Belle Delphine wasn't even close to hot. He's like, I've fucked 10 girls this year that are hotter than Belle Delphine, and look, I don't doubt him because I've seen some of the girls that he hooks up with, but
doesn't make Belle Delphine unhot.
It doesn't make Belle Delphine not hot. Well, let's wrap it up. I know Slush has places to go, people to see. It is the holidays, of course.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and.
I forgot about time zones for a second. I'm like, he's not busy. It's like 11 p.m.
Yeah, I got good friends just rolling up to my house. Actually, gonna go.
So tell everybody where they can go find all things that are SlushPuppy.
Twitch.tv/SlushPuppy. I think SlushPuppy TV on YouTube. I don't know. Just search SlushPuppy. It'll be right. You'll find me.
Check out his stream. If you like PKA, you'll probably like Slush.
Hope you guys enjoyed this holiday version of PKA. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. I don't believe in any of those other. Well, I don't believe in any of them, but I only respect those two. So that's all you're getting.
Christmas. That's the only one I respect.
I'm going to say happy holidays because it pisses off Republicans. PKA 523.